Chancellor Fountain University, please let us rise to welcome the Vice Chancellor, please. Please let us rise to welcome the Vice Chancellor, and we take the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria immediately. Please let us rise to welcome the Vice Chancellor and, of course, take the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Please let us rise to take the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, I urge you, thank you very much. Now, please have a seat. Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor of Fountain University, Professor Olayinkara Motokelim. Our host at this program, the NASFAT Youth Secretary, Amir Tagidin Olashipo. Our distinguished guest from Kano, Osun State, and of course from the Osun State government. Our distinguished core members, students of Fountain University. I want to especially recognize staff of Fountain University, particularly from the College of Arts here present, distinguished gentlemen of the press, members of the media team, ladies and gentlemen here present, those joining us virtually, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Fountain University and the National Youth Secretary of NASFAT, I want to welcome everyone to this climate summit. Ladies and gentlemen, all around the world, one of the things that is most important and pressing, particularly to corporate organization, is how to achieve the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, these goals are 17 in numbers, with corporate organizations, individuals tasked with the responsibility of looking at how all of these goals can be achievable. Today, one of that goal, which is climate change, is what we are gathered here to discuss, how we can faithfully protect the climate, which affect us individually and collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to appreciate ourselves by giving ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. To begin this program officially, I want to invite to this podium to give us a very short opening prayer, Dr. Abdul Latif, if I'm correct. Zubair? Dr. Mubarak, sir, can you come forward, sir, to give us the opening prayer? Please let us appreciate him as he comes forward. Thank you very much.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وآله وصحبه ومن والاه. We thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who likes to be thanked before new things are asked from him. We ask him to continue showering his blessings upon the soul of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and his household and his companions and all of us trying to follow their right path till the day of judgment. Ameen. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue being with this university community, beginning with all our administrators, our leaders, our VC, the DVCs, the registrar, the bossa, and all the staff members, academic and non-academic. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to continue uplifting this university. And part of the upliftment is the success of these types of programs, like the one we are doing here today. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us success in this program so that we can continue taking care of nature, climate in the way Allah wants, so that we will not be part of the destroyers, we will be part of the builders. Amen. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursaleen walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mubarak. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us appreciate Dr. Mubarak as he goes back to his seat. Jazakumullahu khairan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce the personality we have in our midst today. I want to start with the woman who is doing an amazing job in directing and coordinating the affairs of Fountain University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the Vice Chancellor of Fountain University, Professor Olayin Karamata Karim. I can come forward, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support and the good leadership you are giving to us here at Fountain University. May Allah continue to reward you abundantly. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, NASFAT as an organization is very coordinated and organized. For this particular program, the NASFAT Youth Wing is floating this program particularly. And the leadership of this particular wing is right here in this very. Please join me to appreciate the NASFAT Youth Secretary, who doubles as our Amir Tajuddin Olashipo. Thank you very much, sir. Please come forward to join the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier in my introduction, the responsibility of protecting the climate as part of the SDG in focus for NASFAT Youth is a collective responsibility for individuals and corporate organizations. We've been joined here by a representative of the government. I want to introduce Mr. Shola Ishola from the Osun State government. Thank you. Sir, please can come forward, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Christian Association of Nigeria, Osun State chapter, please join me to recognize the presence of Reverend Dele Olaniyi. Olaniru. Thank you very much, sir. Representing the CAN chairman. Thank you very much for joining us, Cecilia. I appreciate it. Sir, please, beside, thank you very much. Also, ladies and gentlemen, from the Federation of Muslim Women Association of Nigeria, from one, we've been privileged to join by Al-Aja Adigun Sharifat. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. I appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to specially recognize heads of department that we have in our midst. I can see the head of department for medical laboratory science, Dr. Teslim Adebayo. Thank you very much for joining us. We still appreciate you. Our faculty members from the College of Art, I can see, once again, I want to recognize Dr. Mubarak. Thank you very much. Mrs. Muhammad Tawfiq. Thank you very much. Mr. Mansour, thank you very much for joining us. I want to especially recognize the man leading this program. I want to call him the program organizer. He has been up and about coordinating resource persons and everybody to ensure that this program comes to success. Mr. Saeed Lamidi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to appreciate the members of the media team. I understand that the publicity and the media effort around this program was supervised by one amazing young man who has refused to marry anyways. I had to particularly say that because there was one time he was calling me past almost 10 o'clock just to discuss, man, gentleman, if you don't have wife, me, I have, don't disturb me. Please let me appreciate Mr. Said as well. Thank you very much for the good job you are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been joined by distinguished core members of the National Youth Service Corps. Please, all core members, please join me to appreciate them. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have students of Fountain University and this very hall who are going to be presenting projects that are relating to the SDG the NASFAT youth are focusing on. The students of Fountain University have been able to identify some challenges and they've designed projects around these challenges to provide solutions. I want to recognize the presence of the enactors team. Thank you very much for coming. The team Echo Bloom, thank you also for coming, and team Changemakers, thank you so very much for coming. I want to especially recognize the presence of the president of Fountain University Student Central Executive Committee, the president and his team members, thank you very much for coming. Sincerely appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I recognize all members of the media team. I can see the media team from NTA. Thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate you. And of course, please note that this program is being streamed live. For those of us who have people who want to invite to join us, you can join us via Zoom using the link bit.ly/FUO14, or you can just go on YouTube, search for Fountain University, and you can join us live on YouTube. Thank you very much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I want to invite one of our students once again to give us a short recitation from the glorious Quran. This time around, a female, Sister Shukra. Please come forward to give us a short recitation of the glorious Quran.
يا جماعة المسلمين والمسلمات والحاضرين والحاضرات والطيبين والطيبات، والسلام عليكم قائلا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أريد أن أقرأ لكم قرآنا كريما من سورة الفرقان. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان بسم الله الرحمن وإذا قيل لهم اسجدوا الذي جعل في السماء بروجا وجعل فيها سراجا وجعل فيه سراجا مبيرا الذي جعل ليلا فتى لمن أراد أن يذكر الشكور الذين يمشون على الأرض هونا وإذا كتبه فلا لرب سجدا وقاما. صدق الله العظيم وبلغ رسول الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين. اللهم ارحمني بالقرآن.
Amen. Jazakumullah khairan. The feedback. Feedback. Take. Hello. Feedback. Hello. Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us appreciate our sister once again. A quick correction is not, she's not a student of Fountain University, although I told them, Sister Shakira there, that we'll talk with the Vice Chancellor and of course for the Amir to enroll her for a postgraduate study here at Fountain University so that she can become our student. Thank you very much. Very quickly, I want to recognize from the Ministry of Environment here at Osun State, the presence of I don't know if it's Mrs. or Mr. Babalola Abimbola. Thank you very much for coming. And of course, also from the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Alabi Mumini, thank you very much. We still appreciate you. Mr. Babatunde also, Kiande Babatunde from the Ministry of Environment, thank you very much for coming as well, sir. Also, Mr. Odelola Damilari from the Ministry of Environment, thank you very much. Mr. Lawal Kamarudin Badigeshi, thank you very much, sir, for coming. Please let us appreciate them, please. Thank you very much. And finally, from Ministry of Environment, Mr. Akambi Wasiu Okpeyemi, thank you very much. From SDSA Nigeria, Mr. Ojuoluwa Tobiloba, thank you very much, sir, for coming. Priscilla, appreciate you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to respectfully welcome the National Youth Secretary of NASFAT, Brother Tajuddin Olasho, to please come forward to officially welcome everyone to this summit. Please join your hands together to welcome Amir as he comes forward to deliver his address.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramata Alayinka Kari, the representative of Osun State Government, Ishola, the representative of the Ministry of Environment, Osun State, the representative of Form 1, representative of CAN. Thank you so much for coming, sir. The two members are here. So, Surajudeen, our guest lecturer for today. Thank you so much. The media team members are here, and invited guests. Thank you so much for coming. It's a great pleasure to this monumental gathering. SDG Climate Summit. Collective goals to safeguard let me begin to appreciate I think there's because when you go there's one compared to saying this sort of but I'm sure we will also I think clearly think that we should be but not the way to this particular
About clean water and sanitation. Decided to show them who is senior campaign in this regard to ensure that while we clean environment and of course to make water accessible to all. And these are things that we are going to do in the course of this initiative. And thank you. See, encouraging proactive measures to mitigate climate change. We are working or we are trying as much as possible to ensure that the use of today, inshallah, we'll be launching 5 ways to recycle paint, inshallah, to the university. Also, we are planting over 200 trees in this campus. This morning we have planted almost 20 this morning. That how people then planting this campus. This is very important. Let us complete because facility of all and provide my total finding also. From above.
Please let us appreciate the Amir once again. Thank you very much, sir, for that welcome address. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to also introduce some of our guests who already have joined us already. I want to start with the university librarian who also joins as our university imam, and right in this very hour happens to be our first lecturer, so he's wearing so many caps. The candidate sits here or there, but I prefer that he sits beside his bank and please just appreciate that number Mr. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, also have a keynote speaker. I was told that our keynote speaker is Dr. Koyi, like the professor of video of NASFAT. But our keynote speaker is represented here, ladies and gentlemen, by Dr. Tesli Adebayo, kind of what Chief Medical Officer, the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Before I invite the Vice Chancellor to the twice, that for this of all who are here, please let us for us because we can't feel me, so that this one can see. It is either for them to focus the camera or not to be. So I want to request let us talk to people. Please. So for this of all from this slide, let's go to I think it's yet to go. If you move the camera. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go find it particularly on this side. Thank you. Thank you very much as we do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can come forward here, please. That is good to the front. Please let's not get the back. And do it. Because the idea is time to come and take. I want to see your face. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can start from the second piece. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So this is going to look more appealing on camera now. Thank you very much. Once again, this agenda, I want to read over here. Salah is here representing Professor the government of planning will come again. This is appreciate my giving the count of law. Thank you very much. Thank you. On that note, you think we are now to at this point in time, law, advance as well. So right around the point towards the meeting, thereby I take the event of entirely open. Please let us appreciate the advance something.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين. The NASFAT National Youth Secretary that for last report, the representative of Ministry of Environment of Osun State, the representative of Foreman, my dear sister, representative of CAN, the keynote speaker, the guest speakers, the coordinator of this program, NASFAT Youth SDGs Initiative, Mr. Saheed Lamidi, the participants, most especially the youth corps that are with us, the students of Great Citadel of Learning, Fountain University, other participants, distinguished participants that are here, the guests, the pressmen in our midst, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. As a Vice Chancellor of Fountain University, the Nasrul Fati Society of Nigeria University. The university was founded in the year 2007 by NASFAT. Alhamdulillah, the university is having its 14th convocation ceremony. And the ceremony started on Wednesday. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. So on behalf of all the stakeholders of Fountain University, the best citadel of learning in terms of Islamic faith in Nigeria, I want to welcome everyone to this occasion and of course to Fountain University. As a premier faith-based university owned by NASFAT, we are always committed to academic excellence and social impact. So this program is one of the fulfillments of our social impacts. Today marks another milestone in our continuous efforts to balance academic pursuits with societal needs. The Climate Change Summit is a testament to our deliberate and collaborative initiative aimed at making valuable contributions to the broader society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, you agree with me that climate change poses a significant threat and its effects are highly devastating. This underscores the urgency for collective action in finding practical and sustainable solutions to climate change. Climate change is affecting so many things now, not only food supply, it is also affecting our health. Today's occasions form part of the activities marking the 14th convocation ceremony of this great citadel of learning. And we are honored to have you all. Thank you to join us in this vital discourse. It is important for me to reiterate that in line with the vision of this university, and our vision is to produce competent and resourceful graduates with high morals, irrespective of race, tribe, religion, or political inclination. That is our vision. Despite being a faith-based, Islamic faith-based institution, we have we honor all students from all tribes, all religions, and all races. We remain steadfast in our commitment to leveraging diverse collaboratory platforms. That is another mission of the university, collaborating with different groups, institutions that align with our visions. And recall that our vision is to produce competent and resourceful graduates with high morals standard, irrespective of race, tribe, religion, or political inclinations. This ensures that we fulfill our role as a reservoir of knowledge and a catalyst for positive changes. As we gather here today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are united in addressing issues through multiple lenses: academic, faith-based, social impact, and youth perspective. And I want to really appreciate the NASFAT youth for bringing this program to Fountain University. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I therefore extend once again my deepest gratitude to NASFAT youth. And I'm happy that the National Youth Secretary is here. He's a stakeholder. We thank you so much for bringing this initiative. And I must commend here the coordinator of the program, Mr. Lamidi Said. Where are you? I'm looking out for you. Oh, thank you so much, my dear brother, for this initiative and for your efforts so far. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept your endeavors to better humanity. I also wish to appreciate the officer of the chief consultant to the Osun State government on climate change and renewable energy for embracing this partnership too on behalf of NASFAT Youth. As highlighted by the Youth Secretary, Fountain University is open to hosting more research initiatives and in collaboration with your office. With our abundant land space, we are eager to establish the first Osun's plastic recycling plants that is going to be launched today and in Green City, which will serve as both a reservoir hub and a model for sustainable urban development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to round up by thanking you for attending this program and for being committed, for your participation, for your presence. Let me use this opportunity to inform you that our ongoing 14th convocation ceremonies continues tomorrow, inshallah. And we shall be having the second edition of our Walimat Quran. We have 15 of our students that have proficiency in Quranic reading will be graduating. And we shall be hosting the chief imam of as a guest lecturer. The program is set to commence at 10 o'clock and is going to be preceded with a special NASFAT As-Salat that we hold at the University Mosque. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm also proud, thank you, to inform you that the 14th convocation lecture we hold on Monday, and the guest lecturer is the 11th speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives, our Right Honorable Sabro Olajimeji Bankole, and the occasion will be shared by the Kogi State Governor, His Excellency Alhaji Usman Ododo at 2 p.m. And on Monday too, inshallah, we shall be commissioning 2 projects being donated to the university. One of them, the first one that we commissioned in the morning, is one of the projects donated by a group of 5 philanthropists to the university. The second one is the academic complex being donated by Chief Kola Kari, the Agbaoye of Ibadan land. We also be commissioned on Monday. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall be rounding off our 14th convocation ceremony on Tuesday with the award of degrees, first degree and postgraduate degrees to 346 graduates you are welcome to this occasion. Once again, I want to thank the NASFAT youth for bringing this initiative to Fountain University. We pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will continue to bless you as you continue to support the growth and development of Fountain University. Thank you so much.
Please let us appreciate the Vice Chancellor of Fountain University once again. Thank you very much. Once again, please note that this event is being streamed live. For those of you who want to use the Zoom platform, please use this link, bit.ly/FUO in capital letter 14. You can also join us on YouTube, search for Fountain University, and you can catch us live. Before I invite the keynote speaker to join us to address us, I want to quickly introduce one of our panelists that we already have in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please join me to welcome to this podium the Director for Fountain University Center for Research, Innovation and Technology from the Department of Mass Communication, Dr. Rashid Olanrewaju Adebiyi. Please let me appreciate him very, very well, please. Sir, please. Panelists. Okay, I want to greet the Vice Chancellor first. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the presence from the Yali Network here in Osun State, Mr. Odegoke Hafiz. Thank you for coming. We sincerely appreciate you. Thank you for coming. From Future Builder Initiative, Mrs. Farida Igbayilola. Miss, okay, thank you very much for coming. Also from Yali Network Osun and National Council for Women Societies, Tumilope Lagbenro. Thank you very much for coming, ma'am. We appreciate you. On that, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I want to welcome the representative of our keynote speaker, Dr. Taslim Adewa, to please come forward to deliver the keynote address for the summit. Please help me to appreciate him as he comes forward.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The Vice Chancellor, my own mother, leader, a pathfinder, Professor Ramata Olayinka Karim, you're welcome. My dear brother Ajudin Olalekan Olasupo, the National Youth Leader, Secretary, NASFAT. You're welcome. Thanks for bringing this opportunity. The guest speaker, Dr. You're welcome, sir. The discussants, another speaker, Dr. Rashid. You're welcome, sir. And others. The representative of the F1, you are recognized, ma'am. The representative of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend, you're welcome, sir. Other notable and distinguished invited guests, you are all recognized. I also specially recognize the effort of the organizers led by our own LC, Brother Said Lamidi. Well done, and thank you for this effort. This morning, sent a friend and colleague, Dr. Abdul Koyum Kudus Olakipo. He sent his keynote address, and I will be reading as I. Thank you very much. Guests, esteemed faculty members, beloved students, respected parents, and brothers and sisters in Islam, I'm honored to stand before you today at this significant climate change summit at Fountain University, Osogbo. This gathering, under the theme, faithfully protecting the climate, and discuss the vital role of youth in addressing one of the most challenges of our time, climate change. Climate change is a growing concern and combating it with this measure becomes everyone's responsibility. It is an amana given to us from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and now that we are custodians, we need to take care of what has been entrusted to us. Allah Himself has said, and I quote, above all, the covenant with the heavens, the earth, and the mountains of our trust. The decline appears to bear it. Oh, but man found to be fruitful. Surely he is an exploitative and ignorant. End of quote. So it becomes difficult to comprehend how best one can remediate in fulfilling this trust through the core tenets of Islamic ethics, such as voluntarism and renewable energy. Voluntary service has historically been interwoven into Islamic culture and ideology. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that the best of people are those who are most useful. Our environment is a trust from Allah. And we, as the custodian of this earth, are responsible for its protection. The Quran reminds us, and I quote, indeed, we offer the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountain, and we decline to bear it and fear it. But man bear it. Indeed, it was unjust and ignorant. Surah Al-Azab 73:72. Our mission here today is to explore how we this trust faithfully, particularly through volunteerism and renewable energy, while aligning our actions with Islamic principles. Reimagining the place of volunteerism in climate change. Volunteerism has always been an integral part of Islamic culture and values. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, the best of the people are those that are the most benefit to the rest of mankind. As youth, your figure, activity, commitment can be powerful tools for climate action. Volunteerism in climate action involves mobilizing community to plant trees, clean up rivers, and educate others about sustainable practices. In Nigeria, initiatives like this, Green Volunteers in Lagos, have demonstrated how young people can lead impactful environments. Similarly, across Africa, organizations are harnessing the power of youth to combat deforestation and promote sustainable agriculture. To expand these efforts, inspired by our faith and driven by our sense of responsibility towards Allah's creation, energy, and the gain. Renewable energy represents a sustainable path forward, reducing reliance on fossil fuels that contributes to environmental degradation. In Islam, there is a profound emphasis on not wasting resources. The Quran says, and I quote, "But waste not by excess, for Allah loveth not the wasters." Surah Al-Araf, chapter 7, verse 31. Transiting to the renewable energy sources like solar and wind is not only an environmental necessity, but also an act of worship, serving the earth for future generations. Africa is rich in renewable resources. Nigeria, for instance, has immense potential for solar energy, yet millions still lack access to electricity. As Muslim youths advocating for and engaging in renewable energy projects can serve as a means of bridging the right and development to understand community. Responsible for championing this transition, ensuring that our action align with the sunnah of moderation and care for all living beings. Islamic perspectives on climate responsibility. Our beloved Prophet Muhammad, pioneer of environmentalism, he emphasized that the importance of planting trees, conserving water, and caring for animals. He said, and I quote, if a Muslim plant a tree or sows seeds, and then a bird or a person or an animal eats from it, it is regarded as a charitable gift, sadaqah. So those hadith teaches us that every act that benefits environment is a form of charity. Moreover, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala warns us about the consequences of corruption on the earth. Corruption has appeared throughout the land and sea. What the hands of people have earned, so he may let them taste part of the consequences. So what they have done, that perhaps they will return to. Climate change is a direct result of this corruption, and it is our duty to combat it with all our resources and resolve. The repercussions of our inactions if we do. If we fail to act decisively against climate change, the consequences will be severe and far-reaching. Rising global temperatures, extreme weather events, droughts, flood, and loss of biodiversity are already impacting communities around the world. In Africa, and particularly Nigeria, we are witnessing this effect firsthand. The desertification in the northern region, the coastal erosion in the southern region, the erratic weather pattern are threatening agriculture, livelihoods, and food security. The Quran warns us about the consequences of neglecting our duties. Ignoring this warning and failing to take action against climate change will only exacerbate this problem, leading to greater hardship for human and community at large. A call to action for youth. Youth are the backbone of societal change. Your energy, creativity, and passion are fighter in the fight against change. The efforts said, take advantage of 5 before 5. Before your old age. This is your time to make a difference, and I call upon you to take on this mantle of responsibility with urgency and determination. A pragmatic strategy way for Muslim youths. 1. Education and awareness. By educating yourself and others, the impact of climate change and the teachings of Islam emphasize environmental stewardship. Organize workshops, seminars, and campaigns within our community to spread awareness. Volunteerism in action. Engage in volunteer activities that contribute to environmental conservation, and participate in cleanup drives, and support sustainable agricultural practices. As the Prophet Muhammad upon him, if a Muslim plant a tree or sow seed, and then a bird or a person or animal eats from it, it is regarded as charitable gift. Advocacy for policy change. Advocate for policies that promote environmental protection and sustainability. Use your voice to influence leaders and policymakers to implement measures that address climate change effectively. Use renewable energy and support the use of renewable energy. Within your communities, encourage the adoption of solar and wind energy solutions, which are abundant in Nigeria and can help reduce reliance on fossil fuel. establish global initiatives in mosques and Islamic centers. With your local mosques and Islamic centers to establish initiatives such as energy efficient lighting, recycling programs, and water conservation projects. In conclusion, dear brothers and sisters, the challenge of climate change is immense, but with faith, determination, and action, we can rise to meet it. Our responsibility is clear, is to protect the earth as a trust from the land subhanahu wa ta'ala, to act as urgency and to lead by example. Let us commit today to making environmental conservation a central part of our faith. That's why we are following those. These are efforts that us the strength to protect his creation. Jazakumullahu khairan. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
We just appreciate Dr. Taslim Adebayo for that keynote address. Thank you very much. We sincerely appreciate you. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, I want to quickly introduce the head of administration of Seed Africa, SEAD, Alhaja Ganiyu Suliyat Abolaji. Thank you very much, ma'am. We sincerely appreciate you for coming. I also want to appreciate the presence of the chairman, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Osun State Chapter, Mr. Adetunji Ajala. Thank you very much for coming. We sincerely appreciate you. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, because of the time difference between us and our second team speaker, Dr. Lukman Raimi, we will be taking, we've conferred with our first team speaker, and our Imam has graciously approved that we take Dr. Raimi's presentation first. Tech, please, let us bring Dr. Raimi up. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be presenting from Brunei in Dar es Salaam, and that is how we are taking his presentation. Unfortunately, we couldn't start, so he has prepared for 11 for his presentation to come up. So that is why we are taking his presentation now. Tech, please, I am waiting on us. So his presentation is going to be coming now, speaking to the team, faithfully protecting the climate, faithfully protecting the climate. Dr. Raimi, kindly speak for us to confirm that we can hear you here. So we need you to unmute your mic. You're still muted, sir. So we need you to unmute. Okay, I think it's around now. So kindly unmute.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Naam, wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Okay,
you can begin your presentation, sir.
Okay, let me. Okay, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the university for this particular milestone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, please.
Okay. Should I proceed? Hello?
Yes, you can proceed, please.
Okay. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalam ala ashrafil mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa sallim tasliman. The Vice Chancellor, all the distinguished guests of honor, friends of the university, students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all with the best of greetings by saying Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So I've been requested to discuss with you the topic renewable energy and Islamic religion, which is called Deen, at this particular summit. So my presentation will follow this order because this is a business presentation. I will look at introduction, the problem statement, why climate change. Then we are going to look at the objective of Islamic law and the verdict of scholars on renewable energy, which are some of the things the keynote speaker addressed beautifully. Then we are going to look at the principles of renewable energy in Islam, and we conclude with renewable energy for social justice. So first and foremost, the theme of this discussion is talking about renewable energy and Deen. Deen simply means religion or a way of life. And so we are talking about Islam. So what is Islam? Islam simply means peace and submission to the will of Allah. So, and when we talk about the Deen as a way of life, it inculcates discipline in mankind, whether Muslim or non-Muslim, and prepares them spiritually, physically, and intellectually in the way that is best for fulfilling the mission of human on earth. Because we have been created as vicegerent of God on earth to establish civilization and, of course, create prosperity in the world. Also, Islam has also been defined as a comprehensive system dealing with all spheres of life, economy, social, political, scientific, among others. Islam is a state, is a homeland, a government, and a nation. It is morality and power, or mercy and justice. It is also a culture and, of course, a law. It promotes gain and also prosperity. But most of us, we only view Islam as belief and worship. So it goes beyond belief and worship that we do in the mosques. It extends to all aspects of human endeavor. So from these two definitions, renewable energy as a means of generating sustainable and eco-friendly power, sequel to climate change, aligns deeply with the principle of Islam. In other words, the word renewable energy is part and parcel of Islam because Allah talks about the land. Say, wala tufsidu fil ard, that don't corrupt the earth, ba'da islahiyya, when it has been sanctified by Allah. So because we corrupted the earth, so the backlashes, the ravages of climate change, which force human to embrace renewable, is as a result of our irresponsible utilization of the earth resources. So that is why renewable energy is just a reaction to the ravages, to the corruption that human beings have actually perpetrated. So the question which forms the problem statement is, why climate change? Obviously, from my introduction, human environmental excesses, overproduction, and of course, irresponsible consumption has caused serious problems in the world, which necessitated international, national, regional, and even what we can call institutional climate change summit. A very good example is what we are looking at. So these are some of the verses where Allah warns human, say, and do not cause corruption on earth after its reformation. Also, corruption has appeared throughout the land and sea by reasons of what the hands of humans have done. In other words, the problem of climate change is caused by human through recklessness, environmental degradation, pollution, among others. So that is the reason why we are having climate change. And now we are embracing renewable because of that particular problem. So how does climate change, renewable connect with Islam? So the whole of Islam has what is called 5 principles. Whenever we have Sharia, Islamic law, it has 5 principles. And these 5 principles has come, has been ordained to provide human with what we can call 5 safeguards. The first one is preservation of religion. The second one is preservation of life. The third one is preservation of intellect. The fourth one is preservation of lineage. And the last one is preservation of wealth. So when we are discussing renewable, it connects with most of these safeguards. For instance, if we allow recklessness to continue, at a stage, we won't be able to practice our religion. We won't be able to go to the mosques. Those who are Christian also will not be able to go to the church when pollution is all around. If you have been to India, now you have smoke in the atmosphere causing cough, heart problem, eye problem, and so many other diseases. So it won't enable us to practice our religion, and it's going to threaten our lives. We are going to have deadly disease, and it's going to create so many health-threatening problems. Similarly, when we allow recklessness in the use of resources to continue, it's going to affect intellect, it's going to affect lineage, that is the future generation. We are going to enjoy the good of the earth, but future generation will not be able to enjoy. And of course, it's going to threaten the world. So this is how it connects with Islam. So based on this, scholars globally have provided what is called verdicts adopting renewable energy, because renewable energy aligns with the principle which I just mentioned, which is Ifzu-Din, Ifzu-Nafs, Ifzu-Nasal, Ifzu-Akil, and also Ifzu-Wealth. That is preservation of religion, life, intellect, wealth, and of course, what we can call the lineage. So today, in some Muslim majority countries, we have things like Green Fatwa in Indonesia. That is, Islamic organization and the country, they have issued verdict that anything that will help combat environmental crisis and promote sustainability should be embraced. Now they have green bank, green financings, green banking, green bond, what is called Sukuk, among others, to help in what we can call reduction of environmental crisis and promotion of sustainability. And now the imam on the pulpit in the mosque, they are educating people on climate issue, which is called eco-literacy and environmental preservation through Islamic sermon and of course duties. Also, in other parts of the world, people have written extensively on how Islam connects with sustainability, SDGs, through what I mentioned earlier on, called Maqasidu Sharia, the 5 principles of Islamic law. These are the fatwa, the verdict. Then going into the discussion proper, there are 5 principles of renewable in Islam. In other words, to explain the relationship between renewable and Islam, we have to look at 5 principles. The first one is what is called stewardship, khilafah on earth. The second one is conservation of resources. The third one is preservation, protection of creation. The fourth one is avoid harm. And the last one is energy as a blessing and a trust. So these are the 5 principles that scholars of Islamic law, Islamic finance, Islamic sustainability, among others, have written. So let's look at them one after the other. Stewardship simply means looking at humans as stewards on earth. The earth was created before humans. So when humans were created, Allah instructed us that we should manage the earth and its resources. So we are stewards. We are entrusted with the care and the preservation. So stewardship involves ensuring that natural resources are used responsibly and sustainably. And there are so many verses in the Quran. One, he said, it is He, Allah, who has made you successors upon the earth. So, and also Allah mentioned in Quran chapter 2, verse 60, do not commit abuse on earth, spreading corruption. Wala tufsidu fil ard ba'da islahiha. So use the world, use the earth and its resources. Don't waste. In a particular part, he mentioned that we shouldn't waste, but for this one, we should recognize the fact that we are only stewards on earth. So when you are a steward, you are just managers of the earth. You must practice conservation, protection, and you must eat responsibly. You must produce responsibly. You must not waste. Number 2 is what is called conservation of resources. That's the second principle, la tusrif. Islam emphasizes moderation, conservation, and discourages wastefulness, what is called israf. Renewable energy that we all know today, using solar and other things, align with the principle by utilizing abundant natural sources such as sunlight, wind, and water instead of depleting finite resources like all these fossil fuel. We are depleting the resources under the ground, and fossil fuel, of course, is not neat, it's not clean. It creates so many pollution and other externalities. So Quran told us that indeed the wasteful are brothers of the devil. You can see the relationship between sustainability, conservation, responsible production, and responsible sustainable consumption in Quran. Allah said, don't waste, because people who waste are brothers of the devil. In another part, he said, eat and drink, that is, use the resources of the earth, but do not go into excess, because Allah does not like those who commit excesses. Look at what we are doing with electricity, with fuel, with kerosene. You know, the atmosphere is full of gases. You know, the town is full of, carbon monoxide that has actually caused serious harm to the greenhouse, leading to water level rising, leading to too much heat. Look at what is happening in Los Angeles currently, wildfire. The earth is very, very hot because we pump gases from industry, from cars, from lorries, from household into the atmosphere. And Allah said, wala tusrifu, don't waste. Number 3 is protection of creation. We met the land and its resources. They came before us. So Islam views all creation as signs of Allah and instruct man to protect these signs. Renewable energy solution reduces harm to the environment and its inhabitant, preserving Allah's creation. Look at our forefathers. They related with the earth, in harmony. But our own generation, we are relating with the earth in a way that is not harmonious. And that is why we are getting, back what we have actually sold. Prophet Islam told us that the world is green and beautiful, and Allah has appointed you a steward over it. He sees how you acquaint yourself, Sahih Muslim. So the world is green. Let us maintain the greenness of the earth. This hadith encourages Muslim, and by extension non-Muslim, to maintain the earth's beauty and vitality, which of course is what renewable energy is trying to propagate. In another hadith, it said, whoever plants a tree and diligently look after it on it matures and bear fruit is rewarded. So Allah wants us to really make the world to be beautiful. Plant trees, don't cut down trees, reduce the consumption of fossil fuel, use renewable, because renewable is self-generating. It does not disappear. Once you use it, it goes into the atmosphere, you can capture it back. But in the case of fossil fuel, you cannot. It will rather destroy the world. The 4th principle is avoiding harm. Islamic principle of la darara wa la dirara said there should be neither harm nor reciprocating harm is central to Islamic ethics. Fossil fuel harm the environment, I've said that severally, through pollution and greenhouse gas emission. Switching to renewable, like using the water, the windmill, the solar, among others, reduce harm and align with the principle of Islam called la darara wa la dirara, that don't harm and don't allow harm to be inflicted. Quran evidence said, and cause not corruption on earth after it has been sanctified. Quran 7 verse 56. So renewable energy, based on the name, and also its nature help prevent environmental corruption and degradation. And finally, the last principle is energy as a blessing and trust. Energy is a blessing, ni'mah from Allah, that must be used responsibly. Islam discourages practices that waste and misuse blessing. Quran evidence, then you will surely be asked that day about the pleasure. What this is telling us is that all the energy that we are using, whether coal, whether kerosene, whether diesel, whether electricity, don't let us think that we own it. No, they are blessings of Allah, and you are going to be asked how you have used it. Have you used them productively, effectively, efficiently, sustainably? Are you embarking on irresponsible consumption, unsustainable production? We are just wasting resources of the earth. We are going to be held accountable for how we have utilized the blessings of Allah, which of course are energy resources on the day of judgment. Therefore, transiting to renewable energy reflects gratitude through responsible use. And then finally, which is my conclusion, Islam advocates justice when dealing with humans and non-humans. The fact that resources, energy resources, are not human does not mean we should be unjust to them. We have been unjust to them in the past, and that is why they are fighting back. A very good example is just Los Angeles. In our part of the world, we are seeing acid rain. In our part of the world, we are seeing what we can call ocean, fighting back. Even our Bar Beach is coming back to come and reclaim its right. In some other part of the world, we are seeing excessive pollution in the cities, such as Mumbai. And in other part of the world, we are seeing water level rising. In the Arctic, the snow are now melting, and that led to increase in water level. Bangladesh, 1/3 of Bangladesh as a country is already in water. So all these are reality that we can't run away from. So we must maintain energy social justice, because renewable energy ensures access to affordable and sustainable energy, reducing energy poverty and promoting fairness. President told us that the best charity is giving water to drink. It's part of, renewable. Water is so important that we should use it, but we shouldn't waste it. Energy is so important, we should use it, we shouldn't waste it. Solar is important, we should use it, we shouldn't waste it. So renewable energy technology such as solar power water pump can provide clean drinking water to undeserved community. In conclusion, renewable energy embodies the principle of environmental stewardship. I mentioned that conservation, justice, gratitude emphasized in Islam. So by adopting renewable energy, Muslim and humanity will fulfill their duty as stewards on earth, protect Allah's creation, of course, you and me and others, and ensure a sustainable future for all, as stated by Allah in the glorious Quran. And whatever good you do, Allah knows. Investing in renewable energy is a form of good that benefits humanity and reflects essence of Islamic ethics. Thanks for your rapt attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. That was sincerely. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We'll move very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, because of our time, to the next team lecture. Once again, a reminder, what we are discussing, the theme is faithfully protecting the climate. But before that, I want to quickly recognize the presence of the Zona Chairman, NASFAT Ocean Zone, Alhaji Engineer Yisa Gbadebo Olaniyi. Thank you very much. I will still appreciate you. Thank you for coming. May Allah reward you abundantly. I also want to recognize the presence of representative of Corib, Adedeji Latif, and Oladepupo Balikis. Thank you very much for coming. We still appreciate you. And the assistant LGI of, I believe, NYC here in Oshobo, Afolabi Olabisi Mrs. Thank you very much, ma'am. We sincerely appreciate. Please also appreciate our assistant LGI. Please appreciate her, or else you will not sign your clearance. I also want to recognize the Executive Director, World Institute for Peace, Comrade Lamina Kamildeen. Thank you very much. And of course, esteemed Ambassador Adeola Nawaju, thank you for coming. Comrade Akinola Kayode, thank you for coming. And Comrade Badmos Ridwan, thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to move quickly to the next lecture, which is to be delivered by our own university imam and the acting university librarian of Fountain University, Dr. Bakarin Sirajuddin. Please join your hands here to appreciate him.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. The Vice Chancellor who has just taken a leave, the National Secretary, the youth of NASFAT, all other protocol observed. Say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The job has been made easier by the chairman of the occasion, as well as my brother who spoke from Brunei. Mine is just to speak on the theme of the event, which is faithfully protecting the climate. Before we talk about the climate, we'll talk about the SDG because it is just one of the actions under the SDG. In defining SDG, the World Commission on Environment and Development says that SDG, or Sustainable Development, is development that meets the present need of those of us who are living without necessarily compromising the future. That is the link. We want a development that will make the world easier for us to live in presently, but if we are not careful, we will be unintentionally compromising the future of the generations yet unborn. Unfortunately, it is not the unborn generations who are suffering. Already even the generation that is causing the problem is already feeling the heat of the problems are generated. And this is what brought the United Nations together to find a solution to the challenges that can act as barriers to sustainable development. In analyzing this, there are 3 dimensions to the SDG, one linking with the other. The absence of one is a direct indication that you cannot attain the other. The social, the economic, and the environmental. Without a conducive environment, making a living economically becomes a problem. Equally, our social activities on the earth is framing on a synergy between the economy and the environment. And that is why, as Muslims, we ought to participate in ensuring that we play our role
in having a planet that is conducive for both economy and social activities. Because of time, I'll just go straight. Please continue. Yes, this is it. I want us to look at this. This is the report of United Nations on SDG for 2024, which says that because under the 5 pillars of SDG, planet is one, people, planet, and the others. But planet is one. It is under the planet that you have the climate. Now, let us look at the report on planet. It says that by 2030, there will be 2 billion people without safely managed drinking water. By 2030, there will be 3 billion without safely managed sanitation. And then there will be 1.4 billion without basic hygiene services. That is by 2030. Equally said, as hungry as we are all over the world, as much as hunger is an acknowledged problem to the entire humanity, we still find out that in 2022, there was 1.05 billion metric tons of food wastage all over the world, perhaps because of poor packaging, perhaps because of poor preservation practices, perhaps because of the fact that we eat more than necessary and throw the remaining into the waste bin. It was recorded that in 2022, 1.05 billion metric tons of food was wasted. Again, there was uncontrolled disposal of electronic and electrical equipment in Ghana, in Nigeria, and in some other West African countries. People burn these cables because they want to melt the copper. The burning of these cables also contributes to the problem we are battling with presently. Again, Dr. Raimi has talked about the rising temperature, continuous global greenhouse emissions. Then you talk about intense disasters and extreme weather. This year in Nigeria, the rain started very late and stopped very early. The implication is that we are likely to witness food shortage. That is the implication. Okay? Then you talk about acidification of the seas and so many other things that go with it. Yes, continue. Yes. You know, ask, what are the causes? The causes of climate or change in climate. Because some people were living here before we came. They did not experience the level of the change we currently experience. So we now ask, why? The first thing is the kind of the volume of electricity generated. We need it to power our industries. We need it for commercial purposes. We need it in our various homes and offices. So therefore, even in Nigeria, we are fighting the government because of the volume of electricity generated and distributed to various homes, that it is too low. Equally, manufacturing, and that is why China and US, they are the leading generators of gas emission and what do you call it, greenhouse emissions. They are the leaders. That is because they produce a lot. But Nigeria is one of the countries with the lowest percentage of production, and that is 0.26% as at 2019. Nigeria accounted for 0.26%. Only transportation. Another client, transportation, you know, train, fast train, and others that they use, they emit gases. In our own case, in Nigeria, we go for Tokumbo, and when we get the Tokumbo, we come together to celebrate and gather our family. These are cars that have been phased out in some clients. So they come with their own baggages. In the library, we call it gifts with strings. Gifts with strings. So there are strings attached to this. Then food production. From the farm to the supermarket, it is a chain. From one stage to another. As we are adding value, we are complicating the climate in the process. Even though it is good, we want to provide food for everybody, but that production, that process creates more and more problems for the society. Equally, high consumption. We will soon be there, the month of Ramadan, when Muslims consume more than necessary. It is not only in Nigeria, it is all over the world. If you go to Saudi Arabia during the month of Ramadan, you see a lot of things being wasted, food. So, these are the reasons, yes. Now, hello? Yes. Now we look at the Quran because of time and the hadith of Prophet Muhammad, as well as the principles of Islam. The first one was mentioned by Dr. Raimi, and the second one, and the third one, that is what he called the objectives of the Sharia. But I refer to it as the 5 fundamental needs of man, the essence of our being on the surface of earth, or the essence of the laws of Islam. These are the 5 things that Sharia has come to protect. Then we come to the issue of the philosophy of nature, as explained by the Prophet of Islam, and the concept of Tawheed in unity with Allah. Being unity with Allah means agreeing with what Allah wants. If our life is not in total agreement to the expectation from us by Allah, it means we are not in unity with Him. Therefore, Islam has explained the essence of being a Muslim, that is total submission to the will of Allah. So you submit to what Allah wants. Then we come to caliphate, that's stewardship. When Allah was going to create, He said, Inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. I'm going to create a vicegerent, somebody who will act on my behalf, somebody who will be doing my biddings, somebody who will be representing me. So therefore, we are here to represent Allah as Muslims. Equally, it is amana. Some wanted to come. They wanted to come. They couldn't. Or some, let's say, some we came together. They did not last. They died even before they were born. That we are here on earth, our being here is amana. What Allah has given us is amana. Even the parts of our body is amana. Then we come to the concept of ibadah and muamalah. Our life here is ibadah. Ma khalaqtul jinna wal insa illa liya'budun. I've created man and jinn for nothing except worship Allah. Ma uridu minhum min rizqin. I desire no provision from them. Ama urid an yut'imun. And I am not looking for food, sustenance from them, except that they worship me. So our life is worship. And this worship is of two types. The one between ourselves and Allah. That is what we regard as ibadah. Whereas the other part, that is relationship between ourselves and all those who are living on the surface of earth, is equally ibadah. And that is why Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said on the day of judgment, some people will have prayed, they will have fasted, they will have performed hard, but on the day of judgment, they will still end up in hellfire because of the bad relationship they had with those they lived together with. So that is why, as Muslims, we are not expected to do what will bring hardship or harm to fellow beings, even to animals, to other creatures of Allah. And that is the concept of muamalah. Let's look at this. The real life, that is water. The real life. And that's what Prophet Allah says in the Holy Quran. Allah says, God has created every animate from water. وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. It is so important that we cannot live without water. And that is why Prophet Muhammad said, with charity, somebody asked him, which charity is the best? He replied, provide water. You provide water for everybody. Even our forefathers, whenever they have a visitor, the first thing they give such a visitor is what? It's water. Because of the importance and because water is life. And the Prophet of Islam will tell us that even if you are performing ablution beside ocean, you should still be economical with the water. Don't use it considering how plenty it is. You have to manage water. In our local mosque, you will see our fathers. They will come with a kettle. The kettle will be bigger. They will now put hole. This side, this side. The reason is that they don't want you to use more than necessary. They don't want you to waste water. Unfortunately, somebody will be pouring water into that kettle, and the water will be coming out. Yet it will still be pouring into it, defeating the purpose. When I went on Hajj, I wanted to perform ablution at Dubai. Now I didn't know where to perform the ablution. Somebody just came and put his hand somewhere, and the water was coming out. Said, "Oh, this is the doctrine of Islam." Because when it is tapped, waste. They want to reduce wastage. So therefore, in our mosque too, there should be a way of reducing wastage in the use of water. Not only wastage, pollution. And that is why Islam says, told the Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, that you should not urinate. You should not urinate in the ocean, in the stream. Don't urinate. Because as you are urinating there, some other people need that water for some other purposes. For drinking, for cooking, for bathing, or for any other use. You may not need it because you have maybe made provision for other means of getting water. Yes. Yes. Now, the consumption pattern of a Muslim. That Quran, verse of the Quran quoted earlier. وَلَا تُبَذِّرُوا تَبْذِيرًا إِنَّ الْمُبَذِّرِينَ كَانُوا إِخْوَانَ الشَّيَاطِينَ وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِرَبِّهِ كَفُورًا. I said it earlier that in the month of Ramadan, we are expected to eat little, very little. Our forefathers, they will eat some food in the morning. When they want to break the fast in the evening, what do? They take pap. That's what they take. They take pap with akara. It is common all over Yoruba land. I know Yoruba land. It is very common. But today, we have jettisoned that. It will eat, combine what he ought to eat in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. He will combine everything together. Some people were not used to taking soft drinks when it is not Ramadan. But during the month of Ramadan, they will add it to their recipe that they must take soft drinks. So you now take too much. And a scholar of Islam says, those who eat more than necessary, while others are patronizing the mosque for tahajjud and ibadat, such a person will be patronizing the toilet. Because your body will not use more than it needs. The excess will be passed out as waste. So, again, when we talk about preservation, we now look at the case of Yusuf alayhi salatu wassalam. Whenever we remember that story of Yusuf, what it should tell us is nothing but about strategic planning and conservation, preservation. surveying. Some months back, there was shortage of tomato. But recently, we had a surplus. If you go to the farm, you will see that being wasted. But during the time of Yusuf, what did he do? He advised, plan for so years, number of years, then harvest and preserve. So that when there's shortage, then you can bring what is in the silos out and share and use. That is the teaching of Islam. That is when we are faithfully serving. And then again, there's a concept of infaq in Islam. This concept says that which you do not need, give to those who need it. That which you do not need, give to those who need. Our Vice Chancellor did something when she came into the university. It was to, there were crates of eggs brought to the university and shared to every member of staff. Every member of staff, from the Vice Chancellor to the one crate. As against what is the practice elsewhere, the Vice Chancellor will get maybe 20 crates. And maybe the cleaner will get will get 2. And eventually, in the house of that leader, the crate will become spoiled because he or she does not need the accents. So that is what we call infaq. What you don't need, give it to those who need, so that they can use it effectively and responsibly. Again, in our mosque, perhaps because of the level of integration between civilization and Islamic knowledge, our scholars ought to be the one sermons propagating the conservation and then preservation, as well as climate action. But because of this dichotomy between Western civilization and Islamic education, present in most of our scholars, the gap becomes widening on daily basis, except a few organizations like NASFAT and others who bring these two together. Therefore, Islamic scholars are expected to play the role of bringing these two concepts together. Then we now come to the atmosphere. In Surah Al-Baqarah, Allah says, "Who has made the earth your couch and the heavens your canopy?" It's saying that the heaven is what? Is the canopy. So what was the canopy done? What is it? Canopy. The protection. And that is exactly what is happening. On daily basis, we remove the canopy. And that's why Allah says, "Wala tufsidu fil ardi." Do not cause corruption in the land. Allah has protected everything to destroy. Okay?
Yes, this is the time of the companions of Prophet Muhammad. Sallallahu. They had what we call human grazing field. Where the animals graze. And that is what some people were talking about, that such will solve the problem between the herders and the farmers. This was done some 1,400 years ago. Grazing field, creating grazing field for animals to graze. Every member of the community will bring his animals to graze there. In our mosque, it's not something that is impossible, that we have fields around the mosque. We have orchard around the mosque. We have our own orchard there. Get there, you get banana. Get there, get plantain. Go there, you get a coconut. You get a date. Then you get orange and some other things. These are things that are expected. They are and at the same time, they protect the climate. Again, the issue of deforestation. People say, even if the restoration were established upon one of you, if you are sure that today Allah is going to bring an end to this world, you are very sure, and you still have a say, they said, go ahead and plant in, because of the benefit it will bring not only to you, but to others living in the society, economic benefit, protection of the climate. Again, we come to the issue of hunting some species of animals. Even animals. They said, this animal, you should not kill it. Those animals that we need, that are in high demand, donkey, for example, donkey. We do not eat donkey because of the use, because of the benefit for the society. We do not use what you call it, horse, because of the use. But today, we kill animals indiscriminately. All this because we have failed to abide by the rules and regulations of Islam. Allah says, there is no creature on earth of death that flies with its wings, except that they are a community, that communities like you. If they are communities like you, then you must respect them. You remember when Prophet Sulaiman was coming, and the ant leader was telling the followers, Udkhulu masakinakum la yatmannakum Sulaiman wa junuduhu wa hum la yash'urun. Enter into your homes, because they too, they want to live. So therefore, we must respect other creatures of Allah. We have talked about the trust. We have talked about incorporating Islamic teachings into our curricula, our educational curricula. We should incorporate in religious teaching there. It is difficult from climate change. Because
information there about it is restricted to the elites. It is the elites who know about climate change and climate action. Even those leaders, only few are aware. Majority of the people don't know. And one of the fora which the book can be read is the mosque. One of the scholars of Islam says that Sinfani min al-nas إذا صلح الناس وإذا فسد الناس جميعا. But there are two categories of people. If they get it right, the entire humanity will get it right. If they get it wrong, everybody will get it wrong. He said the leaders and the Islamic or the religious scholars. So if you get religious scholars to buy into it, definitely everybody will understand this, and then I will come to the promotion of the say and some other things that accompany this. Because of time, I say that as Muslims, we have certain responsibilities. The responsibility of not being rich as it is the practice. Even now that it is difficult to eat for some people, some are still wasting food. It is against the practice of our religion. It is against economic system. It is against humanity. And it is against our even survival on the surface of earth. Number two is that we should participate in greening the environment. Let us green our mosque. Let us green our house. Let us green our house. Nigeria has a very good relationship with Saudi Arabia because of the role that people like Ahmad play in graining Saudi Arabia with dongoyaro. They took dongoyaro from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia. You know, it was very difficult to see in Makkah. Dongoyaro will go there. So therefore, even our faith, if you go to Kano or you go to or you go to Sokoto, you see them planting. So there's nothing as modern in everywhere. There's nothing modern there. It is not modernity. It is ignorance. Even our house, people will pave everywhere. You don't need to pave everywhere. Plant some things that will be protecting you. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make us understand this better than I've said and accept it as an act of ibadah from all of us. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you very much. While Ariman was doing his presentation, we had joined us some personalities I would like to quickly introduce. I want to start from the Ansarudeen Society of Nigeria. We have the presence of Alhaji Ghazali Agbola. Thank you very much for joining us, and I appreciate you. Also, I want to recognize the presence of Alhaji Gbadebo Olawipo. Thank you very much for coming, so I appreciate you. And Afar Mutil Abdulaziz. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. We sincerely appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a short presentation on climate change from our team from the College of Arts as a form of interlude. They are going to make a very amazing presentation on the Islamic presentation on climate change. Please join me to welcome to this podium our students from the College of Arts with a resounding round of applause.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما ألا يا رسول الله إن كنت رجاءنا وكنت بنا برا ولم تكن جاسيا وكنت رسولا هاديا ومعلما ليبغي عليك اليوم من كان باكيا فداه رسول لا يؤمن وخالته وأمن وقالي ثم نفس ومهلا ولو كانت الدنيا تدوم لياليها لكان رسول الله حيا وباقيا ولكن أدبنا ويفنى نعيما وتبقى للمعاصي والذنوب كمائها صلى على محمد وسيد سادات النبي محمد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. دونكم قصيدة الرصافي عن الطبيعة. انظر لتلك الشجرة ذات الغصون النضرة كيف نمت من حبة وكيف صارت شجرة. فانظر وكل من ذا الذي يخرج منها الثمرة ذاك هو الله الذي أنعمه منهمرة ذو حكمة بالغة وقدرة مقتدرة. انظر إلى الشمس التي يخرج منها انظر إلى الشمس التي جذوتها مستعرة فيها جدار وبها حرارة مستعرة. ذو حكمة من ذا الذي يخرج منها الثمرة من ذا الذي أوجدها في الجو مثل الشرر ذاك هو الله الذي أنعمه منهمر ذو حكمة بالغة وقدرة مقتدرة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I am standing before us today to elucidate on the poem that has just been recited by our beautiful sister. The poem was written by the famous poet the famous Iraqi poet Al-Ma'ruf Rusafi, and he was telling us about nature and cosmos. He began by calling our attention to have a look at the tree and its broad branches. How did it germinate from just a seed and sprouted into such a big tree that brings forth fruits? Look at the sun that radiates particles to bring about photosynthesis. Who is the originator of these beautiful creations? It is none other than Allah, the greatest. His wisdom is wonderful, and his might is marvelous. Exalted is he in his majesty. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created man to guard upon this nature. We should not destroy them. We are to conserve them, and this is an obligation upon every one of us. And this is the summary of the poem that was written by the famous Iraqi poet Ma'ruf Rusafi, that our beautiful sister has just recited for us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Salutation to the attention to this occasion is done by creation, by revelation. So Lord give salutation to our being granted by saying about climate change. Oh, and plans of heart as activities. Time has come. The creation of our country is silently in need of our care and short over exploitation in climate change problems. It takes our the transparency of our action of our but so that event future to the as someone before for created the gas monetization, the balance, the harmony of vision from the reduced to the PPC, a masterpiece of creation for the consequence of inaction. We cannot ignore. Let's work together to make and the art for the and for the mercy of our Lord. The beginning of life provides all our need from the sun one to the return to and to conserve water for the better future of the spirit and society. So like the time is to act now. So let's work together climate change and cause this for the sake of to ourselves, our children, and our heart, to take action now for our planet need help. Sustainable future, we all can thrive with the legacy of need for all our life by the needs of our own. That's what we as well.
إلهي لك الحمد إلا وذاك إذا كان نرجو على منا إذا كان ما كان بغير كلام وهذا بحول فلا حول لنا وهذا بحول فلا حول لنا إلهي لك الحمد لا وذاك إذا كان يرجو إذا كان ما كان بغير فلا فهذا بحول فلا فهذا بحول فلا ففيك في أحمد قد فجرت الرحمة كلمة ضمن سالا شريفنا يوما دا لك الحمد دا ودا
Ladies and gentlemen, join me to once again appreciate our team from the College of Art with a resounding round of applause, please. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to invite the representative from the Ministry of Environment for their short presentation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the Director of Forestry Department, Mr. Lawan Kamaluddin Bading. So please come forward for his short presentation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربي اغفر لي وتوب إلي إنك أنت التواب الغفور. The First Chancellor in absentia, our noble Imam, our brother from NASFAT headquarters, all my the lecturers and students of Fountain University, invited guests, youth corps members here present, and everyone here in the hall. I want to first and foremost appreciate Almighty Allah for giving the NASFAT Exos the inspiration to organize this talk. Is something that is worth being appreciated and being valued at the same time. Almighty Allah will continue to imbue you with more knowledge and wisdom, and also the university that is being used as the base for conducting the talk. May Almighty Allah continue to prepare you higher and higher. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, I want to speak on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Environment, Honorable Mayowa Adejori, of whom the Permanent Secretary is Mr. Richard Afolayan Oyebami. So I want to speak on their behalf this afternoon. So what they have asked me to say is exactly what I'm going to say. And in saying this, I would like to refer or to highlight the activities of the government of Osun State in the environment sector that has impinged so much on the topic of the day, that is faithfully protecting the climate. The executive governor of Osun State, Dr. Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, he happens to be the first governor in Osun State that has noted and implements an agenda on climate change. To show his seriousness about this, Mr. Governor has established the Department of Climate Change and Renewable Energy in Osun State, the first of its kind since the creation of the state. And in order to give it a standard so that the practices in that department will be in conformity with the global best practices, he has appointed a consultant who is supposed to be here today, but is just unavoidably absent. He's outside the country, Professor Mrs. Chonwe Obiaku. So it's a world-class scholar and practitioner of climate change policy implementations. So at the Ministry of Environment, we have departments of flood management, department of forestry, department of earth and sanitation. We have other departments though, but those are the departments whose activities are really operational, and that are implementing the policies of the government on the environment. So in working with the departments or the ministry in general have been working in tune with the topic of the day, in that all the projects and the routine activities of the ministries have been funded by the government, and the workers have been working to implement those projects. Because the lecturers, the guest speakers for the day, our imam, the brother from Brunei, and every other one have been emphasizing on protection of the environment. And these environmental issues are linked to the climate. And it has been, history has told us that way back 19th century, that is around 1850s, when the Americans and the Europeans were at the peak of their industrial revolutions, you will see that they began to destroy all these natural resources, so much so that a lot of plant species have gone into extinction. A lot of animal and bird species had gone into extinction. But at this 21st century now, almost a great deal of natural resources had been depleted in the northern hemisphere. So everyone now has to take a recourse to Africa here, where we still have our resources in abundance. Somewhat in abundance. But we as Africans, the calling of today is just to teach us that we need to guard our resources jealously. We need to guard it jealously from the simple way we use them, so that we will not be suffering from lack of these resources now or in the nearest future. So our Department of Flood Management, you can see how government engineers have been excavating rubbish from our river courses all over the state. We have River Okoko, we have Godofon, and those rivers in Iwo, Ife, all over the state. So the Department of Flood Management has been working on that. So if earlier on we had not been disposing of our refuse into these river courses, the water would have been this negative impact wouldn't have been so much, and this will eventually lead to flooding. This will eventually lead to flooding, but now the lecture of today is teaching us that we need to improve on our habits so as not to abuse the environment further. The one that really piqued me much was the issue of deforestation. The issue of deforestation, when we are talking of climate change effects, the solutions have always been either through mitigation or adaptation. So the most veritable way of climate change mitigation, of course, is the forest resources. and they are very, very renewable. So as renewable as they are, our consciousness in regenerating these trees is very, very, or is abysmally low. So with the lecture, with the lesson derived from this program today, each and every one of us should change our attitude, so improve our attitude towards the forest resources. Let's keep planting trees. This now remind me of the collaboration between the state governments and the Springtime Development Foundation under the leadership of Dr. Deji Adeleke. The Springtime Development Foundation has taken it upon itself to finance planting of trees along the newly rehabilitated roads all over the state. So, but if you get to the town, as you are walking or you are traveling from Akuda through Orita Olaya to Stirling, or from Old Garage to Lameko, or from Okegada Inede to Akuda, you will see some people planting trees there. Those people have been, they are being nurtured now. Every day, some women have been employed. About 130 women have been employed by the Springtime Foundation to water these trees in the morning and in the evening. So these are the part of the efforts being made by the state government to ensure environmental sustainability in the state. In the near future now, you will see that those trees shall be growing and it will fascinate each and every one of us. So from this kind of strides, all of us should take a lesson and replicate it in our various homes and domains. So then the Department of Environment and Earth and Sanitation, we will see them also trying to clean to sanitize our surroundings, try to park the rubbish along the roads. So those are the part of the efforts being made by the state, by the state government through the Ministry of Environment and Sanitation under the leadership of our Commissioner for Environment, Honorable Mayowa Adejorin. So on this note, I want to, on behalf of those leaders, I want to thank the management of Fountain University Osun, the leadership of NASFAT youth, all the way from the headquarters, and everyone that is here present today. May Almighty Allah accept it as an act of ibadah from each and every one of us. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir. We sincerely appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now it's time for us to listen to some of our students here at Fountain University share some of the projects they are doing, particularly as it relates to the SDG in focus climate change. We have 3 teams. Interestingly, 2 days ago, these teams presented at the second or the maiden hackathon program and the second edition of the business pitch competition organized by Fountain University Center for Research, Innovation and Technology. So they've been invited here to share with us, particularly to our stakeholders, some of the things they are doing, and particularly for us to see how we can partner or support them in ensuring that their business ideas get to scale. Like I said, they have 3 team members here, Team Echo Bloom, and that is the other presentation. Echo Bloom, please come forward, followed by Team Chainmakers and the Enactors team. So can you come forward in that order for your presentation? Team Echo Bloom, please. Team Echo Bloom. Not yet. Okay. Chainmakers, please come forward. Thank you very much. Please appreciate that as they come forward. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. my distinguished lecturers, guests, and my fellow students. I am Ishola Abidemi Anifat, a member of the Changemakers team, and I'm here to present on SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. As we all know that this SDG targets availability and sustainable clean water and sanitation for all. So my team did some research and empathize on some challenges that are related to SDG 6 in Fountain University. And part of these challenges are unavailability of water, high level of unhygienic use of restrooms, inadequate hand washings, low quality of drinkable water, unsatisfactory waste management, and no health promotion initiatives. And after we figured out the challenges, we were able to provide some solutions to these challenges. And part of the solutions are rainwater harvesting and mist harvesting towards unavailability of water. And towards high level of unhygienic use of restrooms, we also provided solutions to that too. And inadequate hand washing, we provided establishing hand washing stations all around the campuses. As we all know that inadequate hand washings also contribute to the spread of infectious diseases. And other solution we provided was water authenticity machine and control mechanism, automated toilet cleaning system, incentive for waste management, and health education on enhancing hygiene practices. Before I dive into the scalability and feasibility of this solution, I would like to invite my partner, which is in person of Babatunde Abdullahi, to put us through this.
We have identified many solutions, but all these solutions are also practicable. They are not only innovative, but are also practical and can bring about jobs. If you like rainwater harvesting and mist harvestation, rainwater harvesting and mist harvestation is easy to do because we are using recycled material, and this will bring about jobs. So when there is job, poverty will be reduced. That means we are able to achieve SDG 1, which is no poverty. Then on to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Impact on campus. Impact on campus, ensuring backup water source. That means when there is no water during rainy season, the water that we have invested are going to use the dry season. Then improve hygiene and spread of disease. As a public health student, we are not only focused on individual, but we are focused on the community. So a clean environment will bring about no disease and good hygiene. So when there is clean water and the environment is clean, so it will reduce the spread and mitigation of disease, which will allow us to achieve SDG 4, which is good health and well-being. Sustainability of initiative. In conclusion, sustainable development goals, which is water and sanitation, is achievable at a global level. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, before you go, distinguished guys, the idea for us inviting the students to make the presentation is for us to see, particularly to our stakeholders here, to see if there are ways we can partner with them to scale up their project. Now, the project they are doing from the initiative of NASFAT identify with solving the issue of climate change. So we believe that from their presentation, some of us in the industry, if we feel what they are doing aligns with what they are doing, we can look at ways to support them. So we would appreciate it. Maybe after this time out, we meet, what's the name? Ayobami. Sorry, Aremu. Ishola Bidemi. They are the team lead. I believe they have other team members to engage them the more to see what they are doing and what they need most importantly for them to scale their project. Thank you very much. Please, let us appreciate them as they go back to their seat. To the second team now, team enactors, kindly come forward, team leader, for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Management, all dignitaries present, honorable members of NASFAT, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adiem Otulope, a 500 level student here at Fountain University, and I'm also the team leader of Enactors. So at Enactors, we notice a problem that is facing our environment and causing pollution to our community. When an average individual uses at least 5 plastics in a day, we buy drinks, bottled water, plastic packs, and after using these products, we discard them. Little do we know that we are trying to raise money and we are causing harm to our beautiful environment. Solving this problem at Enactors, this is our innovation cycle. At Green Cycle, we bank on technology and artificial intelligence to convert PET plastic bottles into veggie-growing kits. This solves the problem of this solves the problem of waste that's combined with isolation and waste reduction, sustainable farming, technology, and economical empowerment. It helps the environment, it helps the students, the entire staff, and it's also an opportunity to enhance the image of our institution. We are open for business pitches and partnership. Together, we can save our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Once again, to our stakeholders, please would appreciate it that after this timeout, we can engage this student. I want to speak more to the Enactors team because I'm the faculty advisor. Enactors is an international organization, not just in Fountain University. It goes beyond Fountain University, so there's a structure in place. Beyond that, that club is housed under FUCRIT. There is a director, he's sitting right over there. He's also coming here for a panel session. So there's a structure in place to guide what they are doing. So if we want to enter into a very professional partnership to see how we can scale, it's a business they're proposing, converts weight into a farming kit. So interested individuals who want to do home gardening, maybe you want to farm vegetables in the backyard of your house. What they are doing is to convert some of these plastic bottles into kits you can use to grow your vegetables. So in the comfort of your room, you can be growing your tomatoes, your vegetables, any variety of vegetables, and you can make your money and even sell. And their target audience is to empower janitorial staff on campus who will produce these kits and in turn sell to busy professionals out there. So they are open to partnership, mentorship. If for those of us in the engineering, now I'm speaking to our engineer right now, sir. So we have professionals who can help them in training this janitorial staff. They are open to it. For those of us in marketing who want to partner with them, they're also open to it. In other ways, we can use to help them to ensure that their business scale. That is the reason why they are here today. Please let us appreciate them. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, and before we move into the panel session, I want to quickly take 2 goodwill messages. 2 goodwill messages. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us the first goodwill message, please join me to welcome the zonal chairman of NASFAT here in Osun Zone, Alhaji Engineer Yisa Gbadebola, to please come forward for his goodwill message. Please let us appreciate him as he comes forward, please.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي خلق كل شيء فقدره تقديرا والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. The feast in absentia and the protocols duly observed. I welcome everybody to this special occasion put up by the youth of NASFAT, headed by my brother, Tajudin Olasupo. That is the worldwide youth secretary of NASFAT. This climate change program a very good program. And it is giving us the idea of what is to come in future. If we are able to abide by the rules of Almighty Allah, as the speakers that have been speaking all this while, if we can abide by the rules by Almighty Allah, I believe we are going to achieve a success. The advancement in technology, you see, as is depleting the ozone layer every day. And by so doing, we will get, if care is not taken, we will get to a certain stage where the ultraviolet rays will come to the heart. God forbid. And if ultraviolet rays come to the heart, you know what happens? Everybody will dry off. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect every one of us. So with the lecture they have been giving us, we have to abide. We have to be very careful with the wastage. With wastage every day, the pollution, we have to be very careful. If we are doing this, if we are very careful with wastage and pollution, I believe our future will benefit every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us, I apologize, I'm going to be taking 3 good messages. Now, to give us the second good message is our representative from Christian Association of Nigeria here in Osun State, representing the CAN chairman. Please join me to welcome Reverend Delu Olaniro.
Appreciate the presence of everyone here, and thank you for giving us this honor and the privilege. We thank the Almighty God also who has made it possible for us to be alive and to be able to be given and standing before you this afternoon. Standing here to represent the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Osun State Chapter Chairman, and in person of Reverend Dr. John Adeboyega Adeleke. He would have loved to be here, but you know, he that wears the crown, you know, it has so many places, particularly Saturday, you know, as a Quran MEC, Lawa, so many people and different invitations. So as a result of it, he's not here, not that he is not seeing this place as important. Thank you. To say what he has said, he said they are talking about climate. Every one of us know that there is changes in the climate. There is no doubt about that. Even spiritual climate is also changing, whether you know it or not. Amen. There are some things that cannot happen when we were growing up that are happening free of charge today. And it is my prayer, though according to what the word of God told me, was that it's not going to get better. But we are saying that we can make it better. Not that we are standing against the word of God, but because of what Imam said the other time, we are the one that is the architect of our own environment. And I believe we can make it better. If you love me and I love you, we will do things better. This issue of climate change, in line with what Imam said the other time and the other man from Dar es Salaam said, I can only single it on one particular word, and that is, I have just put it here, what we use well brings good result. And vice versa. What we refuse to use well, the consequence is not only facing us, it's staring us in the face, it's also punching us in the face. That's why we have so many issues today, many of which even the scientists find difficult to resolve. But we can do better. If I say how many of us as we are here have not dropped anything on the road as we are going this week, hardly will I find anybody that will raise up his hand. And these are part of the pollution we are talking about. So let's live well so that we can do well. If we are able to create a better environment, not only us that will live it, even the future that is coming will bless us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that precise goodwill message. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us the final goodwill message is the Executive Director of World Institute for Peace. Please join me to welcome Comrade Lamina Kamaldeen.
I recognize everyone here present. I want to be like Nasaitan Rajim, Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Let me say congratulations to the organizers of this event. And I want to commend everyone who has, in one way or the other, put everything in place to make this program a successful one. So, in summary, to let people know that this event, we did not attend it alone. We never attend it. That we also learn. So, the organizers of the event, I want to emphatically say that the participants learn practical steps, such as solarizing worship places, like the speaker said at that time, and the speaker from Brunei, also educating others about energy conservation, which we have been hearing about over the years, and also advocating for supportive policies, and which I believe this is exactly what every government has been clamoring for. Again, I will not stop to say and commend you once again that I discovered that by integrating faith with action, not what we have learned here today, youth, we can drive meaningful change and safeguard the environmental or environment for future generations, fulfilling our spiritual and moral obligations. I think I was
Please, another round of applause to our comrade. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the panel discussion. And at this juncture, I want to hand over the mic and welcome the anchor of the panel session, Mr. Semi Adabani, to please come forward to take over the mic in coordinating the panel discussion. Please join me to appreciate him.
Let's celebrate the PRO of Fountain University. You have been doing a great and wonderful job so far. Yes or no? All right, so let the energy be increased. We have our leaders here, but give them a youth-focused. So the energy has to be increased. So the panelists, let's give them youthful claps and applause. We are getting there. I want to specifically recognize our leaders who are there, from those at the national level, I mean the headquarters of NASFAT, the Vice Chancellor of Fountain University in absentia, the zonal chairman, our leader, that's the secretary, Amir of NASFAT, Mr. Tajuddin Olashupo, the leader of Roots Up in Nigeria and globally. And all the team members of Youth Up in NASFAT. This particular session will have 5 persons. So I need one more chair. I think I have 5. So I need one more person, yes, to the panel. So that everyone on the panel, just so you know, we have a female on the panel so that the United Nations will not say we are not gender sensitive. And part of the SDG initiative is to have gender equality. Very good. Thank you very much. So without much ado, I'll be calling on the first panelist, and that is no other. Remember, we agreed that the club will be energetic and youthful. Professor Chinwe, consultant on climate change to the governor of Osun State, represented by the energetic and youthful Mr. Shola Ishola, immediately to the governor. Yes, great. You can take the center stage. All right. Next is our Oga, who is very passionate about SDG. He has done a lot of projects as regards SDG, and we are glad and happy when he was named as the director for Fountain University's Center for Research, Innovation and Technology. He is no other person than Dr. Rashid Adebi. Let the applause go on. See the concert, please. Welcome, sir. On the environment, because when you do actions majorly on the environment, we're going to have on this final session, Mr. Lawal Kamarudin, that person. A round of applause, please. There is a network that has to do with sustainable development in Nigeria. Sensitive, Mr. Ojuoluwa Oluwatobi, this final session, celebrating us. As a crossover, in the park, who works with textile, and she is Mrs. Sidikat Lami of Textile Waste Management Initiative. It's gone forward. It's nice to sit right beside you, ma'am. All right, my name is Semi Adabanija. To the glory of God, I head the Youth Up Initiative in Osun Zone. And by the special grace of God Almighty, I'm also the Public Relations Secretary of NASFAT Osun Zone. Thank you very much. Can we have the second mic? All right. In 2014, we understand that the United Nations is give you. Please let them on it for us. All right. The United Nations as a global body, what it was that after we ended the Millennium Development Goals in 2015, that we should go into what we call Sustainable Development Goals. And these particular goals have targets to be able to reach some developmental targets in year 2030. This is year 2025. We have 5 years to go for the Sustainable Development Goals. And climate action, which is goal 13, is one of the Sustainable Development Goals that were highlighted during that meeting. And we, as young people, we felt it is wise to also be at the forefront of making sure that we stay the tide of climate change. But again, even though NASFAT Youth Up is focused on sanitation, water and sanitation, which is goal 6, and again, climate action, which is goal 13, we might also be touching around the other SDG goals because these goals are intertwined, the 17 of them. And the final one is around partnerships, which means that we can drive a lot by collaboration. So I'm going to give like 90 seconds each to the panelists that we have here to talk about what the organization is doing. They will also be doing self-introduction in details about who they are and what they do in their organization and how what they do aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'll start with the woman among the pack, and it goes that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. It's a really great pleasure to be here. My name is Silikat Folami. I'm the founder of Matalanda Limited. Matalanda Limited is a textile waste management and recycling company. Although we started in Lagos, but we are not limited to Lagos State because what we are driving at is very important globally at the moment and one of the biggest challenges that we are faced with. Textile waste management is very critical. And when we talk textiles, everybody here wear clothes. And even when we're talking about the water and sanitation, you'll be amazed that clothes are part of the greatest pollutants, users of water. We play a very giant role in making water not sustainable or enough for us. And this is what we are combating, specifically focusing on end-life management, because when our clothes become old and worn out, instead of trashing them, we control that. So through this, we are also seeking a lot in the SDG goals, which I'll touch on later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. It's your turn.
Thank you. My name is Rashid Ademola Adebi. I'm a teacher. I teach at the Department of Mass Communication here. I'm a development communication expert. And every time we talk development communication, we talk about development generally, we talk about sustainable development goals. I'm interested in education that brings about impact, applied knowledge. I'm also interested in narratives that do not describe our challenges in form of problems, but that look at the responses that people are putting forward against those challenges. It's my pleasure to be here. And I'm happy I'm here because this is the first time I've heard textile waste management. I would like to be engaging with the madam here and after the program to see areas of possible collaborations and partnerships. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ishola.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Please, you forgive me. I'll use more than 90 seconds. First of all, I want to apologize on behalf of Professor Buaku. She was supposed to be here in person, but she had to travel out of the country. That's why I'm here to stand in for her. My own name is Shola Ishola. I'm a media head to Governor Adeleke and also the technical lead of the Office of the Consultant on Climate Change and Renewable Energy of the Osun State government. Secondly, I want to commend the organizers of the program because when I was told about this program, I was amazed because it's the first time I'm hearing a religious organization waking up to climate change. the first time ever. I've never heard of it. And so I'm happy because it's now obvious that we are all aware of the danger of climate change in our society, and we're rising to, address it. The third thing I want to say, I'm also happy that when I got here, I saw that representative of Christian Association of Nigeria is here. And that shows the last part of the SDG goals that talks about partnership and collaboration. So it shows that the challenge is on all of us, either you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion you practice, white, yellow, black, whatever skin color you have, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, wherever you are from, climate change crisis is on all of us. The last thing I would say before I drop the mic is the fact that in the Ministry of Environment and Sanitation of the Osun State government, there is a Department of Climate Change. And of course, under the Office of the Governor, there is an Office of the Consultant on Climate Change. And what we are doing is to establish the framework upon which climate change actions can be taken by the Osun State government. We have a climate investment portfolio that has been unveiled, and we are working currently on the climate action plan of the Osun State government. We are also launching very soon the Climate Change Advisory Council to Mr. Governor, where this council will serve as the board of directors that will determine how we would manage effectively climate change policy of the Osun State government. I would talk much about it later when questions are asked. I just want to establish that protocol. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Badigeshi.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, sir. The Vice Chancellor, and I want to stand on the existing protocols. I'm Lawal Kamaruddin Badigesin, the Director of Forestry, Ministry of Environment and Sanitation. So we, as a ministry or an agency of government, we are out to implement the policy thrust of the government. So in the Department of Forestry, our functions are many, but we could categorize them in twofold. That is, generating revenue for the state government, and then ensuring the sustainable management and exploitation of the forest resources. That is to say, while we are exploiting, we should do so responsibly and sustainably. So the government of Osun State, under the leadership of Senator Jackson Nuruddin Ademola Adeleke, has funded the planting of well over 250,000 seedlings. We have raised seedlings over 250,000, and we have planted them out inside our forest reserves. And another plus or another benefit which the department has derived from Mr. Governor is the establishment of the Department of Climate Change, because the department has come to espouse the importance of forestry as the chief mitigating factor when we are talking of climate change management. So, and also another thing I want to say is that I want to commend Fonte University for rising to the responsibility of evolving the Tang-Gan relationship so as to inject sustainable development in the society. I thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ojo Oluwatobiloba, and I am the team lead for strategic growth and development at SDSN Nigeria. And SDSN is Sustainable Development Solution Network. It's a network of the United Nations and directly from the United Nations. And our core objective is to lead youth into actionable actions as it pertains to SDGs. And well, I'm actually representing the youth wing, and we have done some initiative
and our initiative is not tend towards a region, but across Nigeria. We have our network across Africa, Latin America, and all over the world, over 162 countries of the world. So I'm glad to be here. And just like Mr. Shola said the other time, it's a good thing seeing that religious bodies are standing up to see that this is not just a political talk, but it is what transits to even moral, spiritual, and what have you. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I'll pass the mic to you. Yes, Dr. Adetoni is a storyteller. You are an information person, a media person. And we actually want to make this panel session focus largely on volunteerism and what can young people begin to do or expand. Perhaps they've started doing. What can they expand to do as regards climate change and the general SDG? You have done quite a number of projects around SDG. And my question will now be, what are the key lessons that you have seen around those projects that you have done, especially as it touches on young people? And how can young people continuously build on those lessons to expand what they have to do around climate change and SDG?
Thank you very much. When we talk about sustainable development generally, we are actually talking about the youth, because what we are saying is we should explore the resources we have now without jeopardizing the interests and the needs of the future. And when we look at the room, as we are rightly constituted now, we will see that there are some people that when we had 40, 50 years to their age right now, they would have become very old. Okay? Even including myself. So, but there are people here that even if you are 30, 40 years to their age, they are just blossoming at that point. So when we talk about the SDG, when we talk about sustainable development, we are basically talking about the youth. And when we talk about the youth, the Yoruba people say that ọmọdé la rán ní iṣẹ́ ìgbójú. So what brings about that is that the youth has a lot of resources. One, they have the time on their hands. Two, they have the energy. Three, they also have the technologies and how to use them. The large number of people in here today in the hall are people that we can call digital natives. Some of them are born with some of these digital devices, unlike some of those people that I've said earlier on who are digital migrants. So the youth have a lot of roles to play when it comes to SDGs, especially in terms of volunteering. One is to help to lead activations such as the ones that we are doing. New things will not come up unless we have conversations, and conversations are very, very important. A lot of people might think that talking about things waste our time, but no. When we begin conversations, we see a lot of insights, and from there, people can plug in into those insights and then move the conversation forward. Secondly, is that they have the technology to do the innovations. On Thursday, when we had the hackathon as part of the convocation ceremony of the university, 9 youth teams came up here to show us different technologies that they are putting into solutions that has to do with SDG. So the youth has a lot of technologies to use. Artificial intelligence is there, machine learning is there. They can assist to make what we do better. And finally, before I drop the mic, the youths can also serve as storytellers, especially looking at what we call solutions narratives, solutions journalism, which is a form of journalism
that would rather look at responses of people to problems rather than looking at the problems themselves. It is easy to talk about what is wrong, but it is difficult to say what is right. And human beings are wired in such a way that we are solution providers. And we've seen it from history that human beings are wired to solve problems that are confronting them. Even when we look at indigenous knowledge management system, mechanisms such as Esusu, Ajo, Aro, are form of solutions that are put in place to tackle problems that have to do with poverty, economic well-being, and all of that. And so the youth hold that haze to tell the stories from the perspectives of responses to problems rather than looking at the problems every time. It is easy to say this is the number of people that are out of school. But it's also fine to say that some people are responding to that, whereby people are paying school fees with PET bottles. So it is some kind of solutions, and these are what the youth represent. So when we talk about sustainable development, when we talk about climate action, the youth are critical stakeholders as consumers of things that could pollute the environment. Madam is talking about textile management, and we can see a lot of that happening. So the youth has a lot of roles to play when it comes to the climate action. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I know Madam is itching to take us through some things they do at her organization. Even though she's supposed to make a presentation for us, but because of want of time and we want to round off, I would want her to take the mic. And what you would have done perhaps in a presentation of 10 minutes, tell us in summary about what you do at your organization in details.
Okay.
I mean, in detail summary.
So thank you, Oscar. I'm going to start with what he spoke about, being element of change. My background is garment making, tailoring. So I started tailoring when I was like 24 years old. I started my business when I was 25 years old. And that is still part of youth. I think one of the reasons why I've been able to look into the future up till now that I'm implementing is because of that period when your brain, when you have much time, no much responsibility, testing out things, experimenting. So first, I'm going to call on the youth that this is the stage when you can experiment. Feel free, explore. Because at this stage, it's not just being able to use the technology. It is being able to create the technology. Because aside with the textile waste management, I'm also manufacturing a locally made textile fiber maker. And you know, this is me in my early 40s, and this is you under 30. So you can imagine sustainability is like the wheel that we can leave for the youth. What you can make, what we leave of the earth for the youth. So when you pick it from there, textile waste is untapped. It's a very, very untapped gold. You know, what you think is textile waste management or recycling has not even been open. When I joined the UNIDO program, last year I was the best female-led startup in Nigeria under the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, Nigeria, and the most gender inclusive business in the world at the UNIDO headquarters in Austria. And one of the things that stood out for me is that according to UNIDO and the federal government, textile waste management chapter has not yet been opened. Plastic that we are all embracing, textile is also making noise. We are complaining because the plastic that you're picking, that you're recycling, you're also giving us headache. And this is why I need you. I need your mentality. I need your energy to join this force and let us combat the textile waste, because Nigeria generates over 2 million tons of textile waste annually, and we import almost 2 million tons of textile waste into Nigeria, simply because there is no waste management structure in Nigeria. And another thing that I used to wrap up is it's very, very versatile. Like when I train in the fashion, I'm a fashion business coach and trainer. Whatever you want to do in any field you want to do, marry them. It will work. You are an engineer, you want to be a tailor, marry them. That is innovation. You are a nurse, find out it works. Anything you want to do, you understand? And that is what the textile waste management is posing. You're a communicator, you are a technologist, you are just, even the informal sector, the opportunity is there. And in the couple of months, we will also be rolling out a lot of programs. We are not, you're going to, a lot of opportunities, like you said, using pet portals to pay school fees, access health, access a lot. And my appeal also to representatives of government, institutions, thank God that Dr. Lukman Rahim was here before. It was one of the symbols of collaboration that I understand. Did you know, despite not being a PhD holder, I contributed in the literature last year, 2 chapters to the Green Entrepreneurship Group, courtesy someone like him. The academia and practitioners need to collaborate, because the work of practitioners is different from the theory. We go into the field, we know what is done. Then the policy makers as well. EPR is very important, very, very important. There is no EPR for textile at the moment. So please open those conversations. And lastly, people will be coming out to pitch, please. Whenever you see anybody that stands before you on textile waste management and recycling, treat them special. Because textile waste management and recycling needs urgent action. Very, very urgent action. It is not something that we need to think ahead. Textile waste management don't need to wait for grants, that they wait for competition, some classes, 2 years, 3 years. We are delaying the process. It needs to happen now, because even the agriculture, textile waste pollute the soil. Textile is also part of the reason why trees are being fallen, and we hear of a lot of climate change. And you know, we are like the second largest users and pollutants of water globally. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I think that deserves a lot of applause. All right, I'd like to ask a question. In Southwest Nigeria, let's look at all the 6 capitals that we have. Which one is the dirtiest? Dirtiest. Which one? Which one? Which one? Oyo State has been trying, perhaps in the last 1 decade, to have solution providers, especially young people, who give solutions that can help to stem the tide of waste in the Ibadan, especially. They've not been able to. I met a guy who did a presentation, and they were close to getting a contract with the government, and I think they're still in the process. Again, what I'm saying is, anywhere you see debt now, there is money. You just need to create a solution and start tapping from it. So thank you very much, ma'am. Presentation. We will go to the government last, because most times people are always saying, those politicians now, they are the ones who have the money. Let's go to them. They'll give us the money so that we can execute those projects. But today, we are not just asking you for money, we'll be asking you that will work. Let me go to the SDSM first. And the government people will have the last study for this batch. So SDSN
Can you tell us a short story of how you got into SDSN and what benefits you think young people should be able to get? Since you said it is a global organization, and what are the key immediate programs that you think young people can volunteer for?
All right, thank you so much. Well, I personally, just like she said, for every of any discipline that we belong to, we should think sustainability. That's the number one thing, because doctor said so the other time. I'm a farmer, and yes, I farm a lot, and I've been able to also marry sustainability into what I do in the farm. And yes, I remember that the goal 2 of the SDGs talks about zero hunger, which simply means that for everybody should have access to quality and affordable food. And this is not 2030 agenda, no. It's the agenda of the now. So now, how do I get to SDSN Nigeria? I have led various initiatives, particularly as it concerns climate change, quality education, advocacy, policy, promotion, and the likes. I remembered December 20, I was the one that led Oshogbo climate work, awareness work. We did it here in Oshogbo. And these are part of, I have been able to also translate innovations and advocacies in Nigeria, particularly as it regards SSN. Now, for my fellow youths, fellow Gen Z, yeah, if I can use that word. Well, the truth is that, just like Doc said the other time, it is our time. And it starts from passion. Because anything you don't really have passion for, really, you might not really commit into it. Number 2 is that climate change or SDGs is not just about picking PET bottles. No, it's far beyond it. It's a thinking, it's a mindset thing. Because, I actually sat down, I listened to every of the discussion so far. It's beyond picking plastics, or is beyond even environmental sustainability. Now, let's take, for instance, we've been talking about waste. Now, the truth is that the person that designed this microphone designed waste into it. That's the problem. So after this mic is not working, how should I manage it? What should I do with it? So it starts from the production. And that is why we have been running what we call linear economy over the year. And that is why we are now pushing circular economy, a system whereby before you produce anything, what is the end product? Where is it ending? So that is where it should come from. Now, to talk about volunteerism again, my question will be, if I leave this planet Earth, what will it be said about Oluwatu Global? What will it be said about you? What will it be said about you? So this question should begin to resonate within us as youths. And please, I also want to pass this message to the government. It is not enough that youth will be at the implementation stage. No, it's not fair. We need to begin to also bring youth to the table before you even plan. Youth, thank you so much. Youth should be a part of decision-making. Thank you so much. Panels, even within the system, within the private and the public sector. So please, as a youth, where you are at the moment, I remembered when my brother pitched the other time about the sustainable using PET bottles. During COVID-19, while everybody was at home, I was eating fresh food because I told my wife to begin to pack PET bottles. So I was thinking, will I be going to be selling PET bottles? I told her to go and buy more nylons. So we got nylons, and of course, I have a farming brain now. So do you know that all through COVID-19, we sold a lot after we have eaten tomato, everything fresh. And that was what
global school worldwide saw, and I was selected as an advocate. So what am I trying to say is that from where you are a solution provider. You don't need to wait for grants. You don't need to wait for government. Government will see you if you have value. Thank you. And the truth is that volunteerism is a spirit that we must possess because it talks about service to humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. It's your turn, sir. It's your turn.
Myself?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. A lot of young people to just give them money and go and implement projects. Like Oluwatobi said, it's like it took the word out of my mouth. People always believe that there's this divide, especially between government and the people. And young people constitute a large percentage across board in Nigeria. Since we constitute 70% of the population of Nigeria, you can as well see it across the states of the Federation. How do you think that government, especially your ministry and other ministries, continue to engage young people, not just giving them handouts or saying, I want to participate in project? No, seeing them as collaborators, as partners in solving the environmental challenge with issue state.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As far as the government is concerned, government is government for everybody, both the youth and the aged. Like the champion of the youth activism has been saying, an average youth needs to develop himself and see and study the immediate environment so that he will be able to, through that, he will be able to solve the problem of the society from his own angle. But as far as government is concerned, most especially in the Ministry of, in the Department of Forestry, Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, there is avenue for youths to develop themselves. There's what we call schools afforestation program. That is, we do select some schools for planting avenue trees. So through that, the youths are imbibing the culture of environmental sustainability. Then another opportunity that the youth need to be very conscious of is that trees are of diverse species. They take a very long time to mature for harvesting or exploitation. So our mentality in this part of the world is that so we want to plant, we always like to plant maize, beans, yam, the one that will reap in a very short while. But as youth, the opportunity is there for you to cultivate plantations of Melina arborea, Tectona grandis, Mansonia, Otissima, and so forth and so on. So because in the next couple of years, say 10 to 15 years, all those trees will have been matured for harvesting. So the youth have that leverage for working for them. Whereas it's not that someone as old as myself cannot embark on such anyway, but it is more of benefit to the younger generation than we that are aspiring faster. So besides, every agencies of government always have an avenue for youth to tap into. The other thing is the issue of orientation. So the orientation agency in the ministries, they have been doing one thing or the other. Especially Ministry of Information to sensitize the youth on how they can be of help to themselves and thereby helping the society at large.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the clap. A follow-up question, quickly, and I would like you to give us something within 60 seconds. Is that we flagged up Youth Up in Edo State, right? And we have done in Kano. In Osun State, we did something in December at Odeomu. And that is around the night market in Odeomu, beside the Central Mosque. We did a cleanup around that area. To be frank, when we saw the death, we just picked a central place. But when we saw the death around that place, we almost ran back. Yes or no? The team members, we almost ran back. Because, and we know that we have officers around in different local governments. But in a situation whereby people dump refuse along the drainage until it overflows and get the drain and it get blocked. And it get blocked. Yes. And again, people who even want to now make effort to clean them couldn't even, get them picked in that sense. So how are you making sure that the sensitization goes to the grassroots, and after sensitization, some form of enforcement, then if possible in the sensitization, how do we intend to use young people who can be advocates of clean environment and sanitation?
Thank you once again. Concerning your experience at Odeomu, the Department of Health Sanitation has been doing their own bit. You could see them going all over the place. You find them by the roadsides every now and then, especially in this city of Osogbo. Likewise, at that Odeomu, you see, government has even employed some consultants who are charged with the responsibility of collecting those wastes. So, the government has been doing a lot in that regard. But with this information that you are passing now, you are only charging government to buckle up. So and then the society itself, the government it's not only those people in the position of authority that are meant to do something positive for sustainable development. What you have done, your group, by going there to detect that rubbish is even a plus for the society.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As regards climate change in Osun State now, where are we? You present the consultants to the climate change. What has the office seen as a present situation? And 2030 is around the corner. Do you think Osun State achieve some of the goals of climate action before 2030?
Thank you very much. If you give me one, I won't stop talking.
Great.
But I'll try as much as possible to summarize what I have to say. I have a lot of things to say.
2 minutes.
I have a lot of things to say, ranging from all the participants here. But I would want to, add to what my Oga said. In the area of sanitation, the governor recently approved new dump sites in 6 different communities in the states, and approved the expansion of the Onimbo-Eja refuse site. We recently at the just concluded United Nations Climate Change Conference in Baku, we went there with a project of restoration of the Onimbo-Eja project, and the goal is to convert that dump site into an urban park, such that it is not just only a place where people go to dump refuse, it is also a place where recycling can be done. And with that, we've gotten partnership with FBRA to establish a recycling plant in Osogbo with collection points across 6 locations in the state: Ede, Ife, Ilesha, Iwo. Oshogbo. I can't remember the sixth one, but we have, and the partnership is going to, kick off before the end of this month. We have received the first set of equipment, which is a baler and a generator, as well as a tricycle that will be used for collection of waste across the 6 locations that I mentioned. And so what we are doing at the moment, and by April, just to say by April, we are going to hold the first ever waste summit, Osun Waste Recycling Summit, so that we can have a forum of stakeholders, discuss what the challenges are in as regards waste and sanitation in the state. Now, on climate change, Osun State, for a long time before Ademola Adeleke, had nothing done on climate change. And so we can't compete with people who are far ahead of us. And we have to start from where we are. And where are we? We are at the level of creating the framework. And so that's why we would, like you said, when you went to Adeomu, that's your organization trying to add your support to what the government is doing. So what we're at level that we are now, we are at the level of seeking collaboration, and establishing a network of climate change advocates, both organizations and individuals across the state and beyond the state, so that we can have a meaningful working relationship that can push Osun, ahead in the area of climate change. And what are we going to do? By the grace of God, before the end of this month, the governor will inaugurate, like I said earlier, the advisory council, and then those people would together, review our climate action plan, which will become a working policy, which will now give us the Osun climate change policy, the first ever in the history of Osun State. And that would now set into motion our plan, for the year. For instance, in the area of tree planting, we are piloting tree planting with Osun State University. That will happen before the end of this month. And I'm happy to announce that Fountain University will be the next after Osun State University. We would, by the grace of God, when the consultant is back in the country, we would together visit the university management to decide the location and the amount of trees that we're going to be donating to Fountain University. Our goal is to raise climate change ambassadors across primary schools, secondary schools, and universities in the state. And we will be partnering with, we're going to be partnering with the Ministry of Education to achieve that. We're going to be partnering with NYSC to achieve that, because we want to ensure that across different cadre of the society, there are climate change advocates across sectors. We are going to be working with market women. For instance, in December, we were in Moro when a particular NGO was cleaning up the market in Moro, that market at the junction before OAU pre-degree campus. What I saw there was a mess. And as a person, I feel bad. Now, and the issue is beyond what the government will do. We all have a role to play as an individual. If government, for instance, if you check the road within Oshogbo, a number of people drop refuse on the roadside. And it's not like it's a designated area to drop refuse. They expect government to go there and pick it up. While government will do that, by the time the waste truck goes in the morning, before 12 p.m., another one is there. So it costs government a lot of money to do more. Meanwhile, we have PSPs who goes around streets and different areas of the town. What we are supposed to do as individuals is to subscribe to PSPs, give our refuse to them, and they will take it to the designated areas. But that's not the case. I saw recently, I was driving on this road, sometimes around 9 p.m., and I saw people packing and disposing refuse, not in the drainage. And when I tried to, kind of look at the people that I saw, I can bet that they're educated. So it's not even about education. It's just because a lot of people believe that it's the job of government to clean our environment. Meanwhile, it is as adults to you as much as it is as adults to me. So we must, as individuals, play our role in ensuring that we have a clean environment. Something happened, and this is where I will cap it up. I'm not sure if I've answered your question anyway. In Baku, at the just concluded United Nations Climate Change Conference, there was a crisis between developed nations and underdeveloped nations. Developed nations were talking about global stocktake, mitigation, adaptation, and the rest. Developing nations, our own people, are talking about climate finance because they want money from the developed nation. And why? The belief is that it is the white people that destroyed our environment. That's where we have the issue. And it's also the same way it is with us. A number of things can be done effectively and cheaply. How? Cleaning the environment, for instance. What does it take to clean the environment? We don't need 500 million naira to clean our environment. If 10 people gather together today and say we want to clean the streets, we will do it effectively well. So my charge is that as much as government will take steps in controlling and trying to help and clean up our environment and control the climate change effect, let us also support government to ensure that the result is seen, not only us, but that we are going to be able to live a better society for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very, very much.
Please, before you ask the next question, I have some challenges I want to throw to people here. I know that when we are having conversations like this, I know it's always, something where you want to talk about what the government is doing. But in talking about what the government is doing, we can also see a number of gaps. Let us tap into our indigenous knowledge. The Yoruba people say, which means that sanitation is community focused. Simple. And maybe because of the climate financing thing, maybe government wants to get money from there and then divert it to some other things, as we see in the ecological funds and what have you. The government should come up with policies that is community focused. Let us use all the community mechanism to ensure that we do not only clean, but we also dispose whatever is the outcome of the clean that we have done properly at the community level. We should begin to look at making business opportunities out of the waste that we are generating. If we don't, we continue to do the same thing the same way and expect a different result. I grew up in Ibadan, and I knew that as far back as the 90s, when we had the military, waste trucks will come into my area, but they come up my street in the road to pick. There is a drum that I don't remember, maybe we bought it or something, but it's in front of the gate of our flats. Whatever that you park from there, you drop it there, and then maybe on a Saturday, the truck will come and pick it up. And then dealing with that also became an issue. That's why we are talking about dump sites. Why is it that, like the national grid, why are we centralizing everything? Why can't we make it a community-based initiative so that people can dispose at the community level? So that we are going to have a bottom-up approach instead of the top to bottom that we are having currently. Let me tell you, regardless of whatever name that you call the policy or wherever you have presented it, it is the same thing that we keep recycling, like the waste that we have called it, like the waste that we are trying to deal with. Let us be community focused. And then communities too should also see it as part of their responsibilities. I said, I'm interested in solutions narratives. Igbajo is not too far from here.
I know we have a lot to say.
Sorry.
They are signaling us
that time is on. The policymakers need to make issue of climate change, climate action, sanitation a community-focused thing. That's my point.
Thank you. Yes, you have your time. Because of us are yes. And sometimes when people come on the panel session, because the moderator is not a witch, you may not be able to know some of things that the panelists will want you to ask them. You can only focus on what you as an organization want elicited. So I'm going to give you some minutes to be able to have your wrap-up thoughts and talk about things that you believe that we should be focusing on as regards this particular summit. Again, but the government people, I would like you to understand that sometimes when you are out of government, you fire the shots. When you are taking the shots, when you are in government, it can be somehow. You cannot do everything at once. But please take some of these suggestions, especially from people who are genuine, to give you some of these ideas. Because if you are using a particular strategy and it is not working, definitely you don't have to continue improving. In waiting to go to some sites, what happens to somebody at grammar school in or somebody at Araromi or somebody at maybe Pola want to also, about their wastes, but it is an eyesore. Let me digress a bit. The first time I passed through Lokoja, I felt that what you see around the roadside is and I thought to myself, this is the place they call Conference City. It was so dirty because all you see around the road are those, the waste that people dump on the roadside. And you do not know it. Some people are passing through Oshogo every now and then, and they are joining cities. What they see will be those wastes that people dump, even after they have packed them in the morning. So it means that we want to do something so that people are going into the houses to pack those things. There might be another way around community effort that has been said. So all of you, your 2 minutes, and you have your rapid short. And I also want to believe that it must start, if it has not started, from some of these discussions, and we have to build on them. I want to use this opportunity to on behalf of YNEC appreciate one of our foremost leaders, Alaja Arobi, who joined virtually on this particular summit, and all other leaders who are joining us our virtual link. We appreciate you. I'm glad that we're part of this discussion. So I will start from the end. Okay, I just learned that someone, our UK Ireland chapter, from USA, she's raising up her hand virtually to be part of this discussion. If you have questions, just one person. 2. If you have questions, you can come forward as fast as you can. Let's take the question. You can be joined with directly. Okay, the person online. Can we have your question, please? That Alaja MKO Abdullah is the Women Affairs Secretary, Canada.
Thank you.
All right. Can we have you now?
I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can we have your question?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay, please, expecting your question.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, while we expect that,
yeah, I can hear you.
Tell us your name, what you do, and your question. Straightforward.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. My name is Radia Kowolu Akpelumi. I am a student at university, and I'm also the executive director for Gender Equity Network. So, the question is going to be directed to you, sir, Mr. Shola. And this question is going to be coming from the aspect of education. Like, I'm an advocate for adolescents, and I really see potentials in them transforming the whole thing we've been talking about since morning. So what I'm going to be asking is there a possible way where we can infuse climate action into their syllabus, where they have the opportunity to flex their brains, bring up solutions, create more innovations, and from the culture of climate actions right from secondary schools? These kids can really, really do a lot for us. That's one. Two, sir, on the implementation of the whole dumping refuse at the right places, there is this one thing we've always been doing in Osun State, and it's so funny that we still do it now, even though it's no more effective. This is why that we do every Thursday, where shops have to open by 10 a.m. I remember vividly, I might not have been grown, but like the main purpose of that was for market women to have time to clean up their places, put the refuse at the appropriate places, and then open shops by 10 a.m. But recently, they have not been doing it, but they'll just wait till 10 a.m. to open the shops. What are the policies, or more like incentives? It might not even be enforcement. It could be incentives. Oh, if this particular market can do this and bring this amount of waste, what are the better things they are going to be doing for them in exchange of them dumping it at the right places, sir?
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Please come forward and let us know if you are directing your question to someone.
My name is Akinola Al-Amin. I'm a student from University of Ibadan. So my question is, there is this thing going on now, the compressed natural gas. Okay, compressed natural gas. It has been going about now. So I don't know, is the implementation going to start in Nigeria anytime soon? But I've seen some people saying that they should change their petroleum car into CNG. This thing has not been really rampant. So, and if it's implemented, it will actually help our climatic conditions. So that's just, I mean.
Okay.
Naam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yes. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. I just have a question because the gentleman that said when he was driving at 9 p.m., he saw some people dumping trash. My question to him is, as a government body, did you question them? Did you try to approach them? Did you ask them why they were dumping there? Do you have signs around that area that no trash should be dumped in that area? No, did you have signs? And even if you have signs, you have to monitor, because you have the people that put trash over there, they have to bear the consequences, because they have to, maybe they be arrested. And when you monitor, maybe for a month, and when people have been arrested, then other people, they will know that if they dump any trash there, they're going to be arrested. So they're not going to be doing it. So if you don't take any step, and if you just see people dumping and you're not saying anything, then...
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I think most of the questions are directed at government people. What I'm going to add is this. No. If people are not dumping the right way, what is the right method? Because again, I must not lie. When I park things in my house, I also wait for some of these people. When they don't come, I also put it. Yes, because I do not know what else I'm supposed to do, because I think that is the right thing. What is the right thing?
Where should I start from? Maybe the last question from Alaja NKO. Well, there are sanctions, all right? If you happen to drop your refuse at the time when the there's a task force from the Ocean Waste Management Agency that goes around. And if you happen to drop waste at the time when they are probably in your area, you'll be arrested. It's clear. But you see, on two occasions, I have had to pay for people that are fined by the Ocean Waste Management Agency, because the way, Nigeria is a very interesting country. Somebody calls you in the morning and say, I'm at the arrest of money. Kilo shele, dalenu. And of course, you make a call. And of course, when you are sanctioned, because the money is not going into an individual account, it's going to the government account. Then this person tells you, I can't help the persons doing their job not to do their job. And I have to pay from my pocket to get people doing the wrong thing out.
Thank you.
Now, how do we navigate? No, it's a people problem. It's a people problem. And it's an orientation problem. All right. Now, for your area, for instance, there are PSPs, like I said, in my own house. Sometimes these guys don't come for a month. So you have to start calling them. Somebody you have paid to do something for you. You have to start calling them. I've had to change PSP like 2 times. And the same issue is persistently happening. So what I do is I got a bigger drum. And I'm stocking and piling it there for them until they come. So our best to get the bigger drum for your house. Until they come and pick it up. They will definitely come and pick it up. All right. For something like recently, and I'm going now into what Rodia said, and good to see you again, Rodia. But in December, about the 2nd of December, the Igbono market was locked. And there was a protest in town. Why was it locked? It was dirty. Ocean Waste Management Agency shut it down. And it became a political conversation. She was talking about incentive. Please, I'm sorry to say, why am I supposed to pay you to clean your shop? I'm asking myself, why should I be paid to clean my environment? But I also even going to that stage. There are ways to separate waste. Let me cap it up.
I don't sense.
There are ways that I'll say that. There are ways to separate waste. Recyclables from non-recyclables. And one of the things that I said earlier is the partnership we have had with FBRA. Now, FBRA, when the recycling collection point is open, will give people cash for waste. So, for instance, we pile up PET bottles, we take it to their collection points, we measure it, they give you an incentive. That's going to happen before the end of this month in Osun, and we should go out to what environment around us. If that's the incentive that we're talking about, right? But I mean, it's interesting that we have to even reward ourselves in our environment, and it's happening to all of us. Now, I told you said, it would have been good if Prof is here to say this herself. It's something that she's passionate about. One of the things I mentioned earlier is that we are trying to see how we can implement across different age grades. And I mentioned primary school and secondary schools, but we cannot, even the teachers that we have right now in our schools, and this is not to denigrate anybody, their understanding of climate change is new. So if we implement that now, it will fail before we even start. One of the things that we would have to do is, first of all, train them. And then if we eventually implement that into the school syllabuses, we are confident that the people that we have trained earlier can train the children. And so among those children also, we will have climate change ambassadors who will serve like the task force within the schools to say they are people that will start just brought.
Yes. Anybody wants to touch on the CNG?
Yeah, you see CNG, interesting, because CNG is a bit.
And you can give us your rapid thoughts.
Yeah, I'll answer that. CNG is interesting because for me in Nigeria today, CNG, the convention of CNG is political and dying up a bit. Federal government ourselves bought some CNG buses and is donating to states. Unfortunately, Osun has not been benefiting from that. And
in every sector, like we say often, there is a need for collaboration and partnership. The TND thing is not a cheap business to establish. The Osun State government, for instance, wants to go into that. We are talking in terms of billions of dollars. And mind you, you will not only have to do it in Osogbo if you want to do it. You have to do it across the government, which is 30 in number. So we would get there, but we have to start small. And I think I should just say this as I round up, that we need your help and we need your support. Me personally, I can sit here for 2 hours and everybody here can criticize the government. I will be laughing. But I know because at the end of the day, I will ask you to come and help us. And you have to support us, collaborate with us, and let us see what we can do together. We can only survive the climate change crisis together. Government cannot do it alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's have them from the SDSN. Man, your rapid thoughts and what other things you want us to know.
All right.
1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I would just love to react to some of the technical. So the thing is that attitude, behavior, and what you know about waste, you determine how we treat our waste. But waste are not waste until it is completely wasted. So the people who see waste when they don't see opportunity. She said it the other time. For fashion waste, we have a lot of opportunities. So if everybody spoke about capacity building, there's a need for capacity building for people. So I have a waste at home. Where will I put it? I can't eat it. I have to find a way to put it. So this simply means that, just like Doug said at that time, it was a grassroots place. There's a need for us to start with a grassroots. That is number one. Number two is that, particularly for us as youth, go and notice everyone that is involved in cleanup. As you are leaving the place is getting bad. So clean up alone cannot solve it. It starts from policy. Policy is very important. Policy drives any economy, any country. So it starts from what are the policies running in Osun State as we speak, and environmental policies. We need to review them. If by nature they are available now, STSN is working on a project which is called Cleaning in Curriculum, and it's for secondary school, for primary school, even at the tertiary level. There's a need for us to bring the economy into the curriculum. A teacher that does not know what sustainability is, what pass on, he or she cannot pass on anything. So in my closing remark for my fellow youths, what I'm trying to say now is, please, in that position you are, in that house you are, let's begin that change now, please. Whatsoever thing you can do to see that you reduce, you recycle, you repair. Not every time you need to buy new things. Not every time you need to throw away. There are times that you need to repair. Yes, the world we have now, the more you say you are producing, you are affecting the resources that we have. What SDG is all about, managing of resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. You can have your rapid thoughts.
All the questions thrown at the government begins are very understood. What I want to emphasize is that please use the mind very much here. What I want to emphasize is that by and large, there have been positive changes in the management of waste and other aspects of environmental management. Only that over time we begin to realize it. And that is the best thing for us to appreciate. Any sporadic change that what people decide to adopt a sporadic change in order to achieve an edge, one will not be able to achieve as desired. But when the changes are being systematic, gradual, then because it involves a lot of advocacy and a lot of conviction to carry people along. As we are talking about the negative aspect of it, all this while, there are a lot of people too that have been key into these government policies.
they feel to sanitizing the environment. I want to believe that, I want everyone to please agree with me that this is not the position of sustainable development in the past years. So it is a thing, the nearest future is going to be better. We are better, I mean, our awareness, our consciousness is going to improve with time. So, like General Ambassador would say, SMT, we have never had it so bad in discharging declaration. So let us appreciate the government.
Thank you very much. Yes, the doctor should hold the mic. You are not hold the mic. Our host, we would like you to round off like the host. Use mic.
Very much. I'm so happy I did see it. Well, that 2 hours of development, about the voice and the practitioner. So, I want to ask, because we're talking about collaboration. If I walk into your office tomorrow with a solution that can take your shoes, will you welcome me, collaborate with me without thinking twice? So that's okay, we know that we ask them. So now just recommendations to wrap up now. Number one, for our state to get the change that we expect, you need to be intentional in creating success stories across board. And I'm grateful that I'm one of the, I'm an example as well. When my application for TCIP got to the Ministry of Science and Technology, they saw textile waste management. They were intentional, taking me to the national, taking me to the global, to see that Nigeria has someone that is championing textile waste management. You have to be intentional, making success from this room, from the primary, from the secondary, from the market room. Because when the intentional success stories are out, that is when adoption will be easy. Then secondly, you have to find inclusive framework. We are not just talking about people that are here. We've spoken about youth, we've spoken about children. How do you ensure that this climate action change involves women and also people living with some form of disability? Then, incentivizing good deeds. Incentives is not only money. There are different ways that you can encourage good deeds. So you have to find a way to incentivize good deeds, because this will also help the attitudes towards waste disposal. When I know that, like the market women example that she made, when the market woman knows that there is value in what she is trashing. In Lagos State, you finish drinking this bottle, someone has picked them because they know what is coming. And even we will be releasing our textile waste price before the end of the month. I can tell you that we collect more than 2 tons in a day because of the value. This market women bring it. So find a way about that. So, you know, so everything is not enforcement. And this will help you in advocacy, in sensitization and collaboration. Then also, I'm using Mrs. Titi Layo, the special advisor to the Lagos State government on climate change and circular economy, as an example. I love our approach. Cut middlemen off. I think that is one of the problems. You know, the project has to go from somebody to somebody to somebody, and it is wicked before it gets to the champions that want to deliver. Cut middlemen. We work directly with that office, and it makes us bring our innovation direct to those people. We communicate with them. They meet us, they cut all those approaches, and they even strengthen our voice. So when we started middle of last year with the help of the Tilayo, it was very easy because clothes is not easy to connect to. Fashion issue, but when they saw her, This is for you as well because of your offering. When they saw her, they saw the Lagos State logo, it was easy for people to come. You know, for those old clothes, they're collecting the ride, the money, the recharge card, and everything. And we were recording. Also, please, you need to create the raw material loop because that is another thing that will create like when people know that waste is raw material that can go in the right way, letting them know communication, sir, that is very important. When we know what everything is there, it is easy for us not to run it. And wrapping up, capacity building is somewhat passion. So most of the capacity building towards climate action is usually targeted at the later people. You need to work with people like us. I mean, speak about our organization now that understand the inclusion because even last year we did a program about waste management, going green and everything. A curriculum that brings both the grassroots people, the youth, the women, these people that you are challenging as the contributors of this waste, you bring them with a curriculum that works for them. And I am open to collaboration. We have a representative here in Osun State, analyst is based in Osun State, so it's very easy for Matalanga to collaborate. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for those beautiful recommendations. The doctor.
Thank you very much. Well, as we go, I want us to understand that the sustainable development goals have been at least of 3 P's: people, prosperity, planet. The P for prosperity will not be there if there are no opportunities in those goals. There are a lot of opportunities in those goals, and we need to leverage on them. It's very important and critical. Disposing the waste. I hope that all the stakeholders here will work together and collaborate, and especially reduce their attention on political gains or return on investment as politics is concerned. Because every project that I implement, I want it for optics, and things should not become about the climate action alone for optics. We should be serious about things that affect us. We see the effects every time. When it is raining time, we know the floods that happen and now people are affected. And so it is important for us that we emphasize the people by being community focused. We emphasize prosperity by looking at the opportunities that are in there for people to ensure that we have a sustainable climate practice. And finally, we look at the planet, that whatever it is that we are doing, it is being targeted at the planet to make the world better for us than it has been. I want to thank you very much for the time.
All right, thank you very much, my Oga has been here. Please, as you are standing there, you are giving me But again, please let's give a round of applause to all these panelists. They've done wonderfully well. I've learned so much. But I want to say, please, in the course of the discussion, don't let us focus too much on what ought to be or the challenges. Let's become solution providers. Some of us rant on social media that we lose focus on the solutions. Let us be focused on the solutions right now. And I'm saying, I want to believe, I'm not a spokesperson of the Osun State government and the national government. I want to believe that governance is changing with our words and our voices. People always say that when you bring solutions to government, they steal the idea or they just, change something there and they implement, and you don't have powers over them. I want to believe that that will not be the case if people bring solutions to you. I'm just saying, I want to believe they will not do that. And please, collaboration has to begin from here. And on behalf of YNEC, my organ, and UTOP, I want to say that we'll be willing to continue the collaboration with all the panelists we have here and some of our leaders who are already doing things in the sustainability sector. So thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. God bless you. Group picture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said, and we have to wrap up. Please let us appreciate ourselves for appreciating the family. Thank you. As a final take home, sir, please, sir, stand for the rules. Sir, before you leave, let me raise up that bottle with you, please. Thank you. Now, if you consume your water and your biscuits, and the minor is on the floor, and you will get that away, there is a problem. Please break up again, sir. Please break up. If you consume your biscuits and your water, and it's on the floor, well, there is a problem. Now, I'm saying please put it up. There's a dustbin there, there's another one there. Before we leave this one, there should be no debt. Things are not just there. So I am saying, moving forward now, even if I in the box, you buy any of the mineral and your gala, just consume it. Put that nylon inside that pen box and trash it correctly. That's the big. So if after today, you consume hot water and biscuit, and you still throw it on the floor, alright. For the both of them, please get to welcome Mr. Lamini side because both of them. So please come forward.
I'm standing here to appreciate the all of us for our contribution and our contribution. But I think I have to put this statement forward before I do because of that completely. Now, Assalamu see, the all of us, please, we should wait behind for the core member. We need this photograph. for your documentation. I mean documentation at your CPS level. So those are in the SDG. You have to wait for the photograph I can use for your own purpose. Please just wait. Then before I do the final goes of plan. There's it for this the orientation by the discussants, the panelists. The whole of them were talking about curriculum. But what we are saying is beyond the curriculum. We are talking of mindset shifts. Not just about the curriculum, it's about you. When you want to remember your late father, you can plan preach the name of your late fathers. Enough of catching for us. This catching that it takes to us, nobody is using the catching again. So you can start planting trees. I want to use the memory of your late fathers. You want to plant trees in the memory of your late fathers. You want to plant trees in your memory of your birthday ceremony. Enough of statues, enough of daughter, enough of you sharing souvenirs that are not useful in society. We can do things that are sustainable for the benefit of society. The whole of us for this activity, I say that a lot very well. Thank you, the university man. Thank you, the PRO. Thank you, the Founding University Management. Thank you, Osun State SDGT. Thank you, the General Chairman of Osun. I also thank you. Kaduna Zone, thank you. South Zone, thank you. Then Lagos Zone 3, thank you. Then the SCT Zone, thank you. Then specifically, or especially, I have to appreciate the Chief Consultant of Osun Government on Climate Change, Professor Chinwe. He said thank you to for our contribution and our role. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Shukran.
سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك. Please, you can go out now for the group photograph, core members and others. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow for those of us who would like to attend the Walima to contact. Salaam alaikum.